Hi guys, my name is iPhong and welcome back to Katawa Shoujo, the visual novels. I am very nervous because in the previous episode I got the good ending for Emmy's routes. And I am really scared. Alright, I am really scared. The only thing missing is something for Act 4, but I still want to go back to Act 2. Because, oh god, why you name that section famous last words? Because we slept in a good ending. And I'm not gonna lie, that's the greatest ending so far that you can get for Emmy because it's a good ending. And also for the Steam achievement, it said that reach Emmy's good ending, can you stand up for yourself? And I think Emmy can move on because we got to know about Emmy's fathers, and unfortunately accidents happens, and that led to Emmy's father pass away, and it's really sad. I'm not gonna lie, the cemetery section is really sad, and also at that section I admit that I try to screenshot for thumbnails, but I didn't use that for thumbnails because there's a better picture, there's a better image at the end. But I really want to appreciate the background art because the rotoscoping is phenomenal, the illustration is phenomenal. And also what I can actually do is go to extra and you got the gallery, you can actually press something and then it showed the full picture in full screen. I think let me check. Where's Emmy's? There she is. Yeah. So I can actually do that. And then all I have to do is just screenshot it. Yeah. So, oh yeah, the different facial expression. Alright, got it. Alright. Anyway, we gonna go back to Act 2 for Emmy's route. I'm nervous, alright, because what I have to do in these videos is to get the bad and the neutral endings. Honestly, I think the actress is to not to talk about it to Misha may leads the worst ending as possible or the neutral endings, but I don't know. I totally blind reading, alright, but yeah, I feel like so far that was my final choice section that I had to make, is to either not to talk about it to Misha or to talk about it to Misha. And I don't know, I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, then correct me in the comments down below, alright? But yeah, I'm ready. Famous last words. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm very happy of what I did for my first time on Amy's route. So what happened? Yeah, I try to remember. I actually check my previous videos trying to remember what happened. So Rin, Emmy and Hisao had a picnic and suddenly it's rain, so they went to the restaurant where the librarian girls, well, I can say it's a woman, and being a waitress there, and now I have to choose to offer to run with Amy or to keep quiet. I already choose to offer to run with Amy, so I want to pick the different option. So I want to see what happens. But before I do so, if you are having a heart conditions, bad heart condition, a weak heart condition, if you are having bad mental health like having depression or non-living thoughts, then please be prepared before watching these videos, alright? I don't want anyone of you guys and girls do something rash. And I'm happy that I actually give people warning disclaimers at the beginning of my previous episode as well. And yeah, I'm not gonna lie, the cemetery scene, it was rough. It was rough for me because he's out asking a question that how much time left from me to live, or like how many people who already passed away but in the same age, or yeah, it's very rough to watch, but I'm happy that I got good endings for Amy, because that's my favorite character so far. And I really have to see the bad ending or neutral ending for Amy. I don't want that, but I have to, alright? It's for the sake for the videos. And you guys and girls maybe want to know what would happen if I pick a bad choice. So yeah. Alright, let's keep quiet. Come to think of it, she looks like she'd rather be alone right now. Oh, I actually have to... Oh, so the reason why I run with Amy or to be quiet is because we had cake in the restaurant or cafe. Alright. Why do I get feeling that she's leaving something out? Are you sure it wasn't that much cake? No, it was that much cake for you. I ate most of it. She got a point there. Still, I feel like I should at least offer to run with her. But I keep quiet. Come to think of it, she looks like she'd rather be alone right now. I decide to keep my offer to myself. As we approach the girls' dormitory, it starts to rain again. Amy's expression sours slightly. Oh man, stupid rain. Hey, it'll let up soon enough. You can go running then, right? Amy snorts, seemingly amused. Like I'm not going to run in the rain. You shouldn't, you could catch a cold. Amy waves her hand airily. Ridiculous, I don't get colds. My immune system is far too strong for something like that. I can't have a laugh. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then, okay? Yeah. Thanks for coming and for carrying the picnic basket. I'll bring it for lunch tomorrow. We can have our picnic on the roof. Sounds good to me. See you then. Amy grabs the basket from me and shoots through the door. It gives me a sort of half nod and ambles inside as well. Dang, it's wet out here. I need to get back to my room and into some dry clothes. I'm soon in front of my door, but I'm intercepted by the sudden appearance of Kenchi. Oh god. Can we skip Kenchi section, please? Kenchi, who appears to be carrying a stack of books. Hey man, give me a hand, would you? Huh? The books are unceremoniously dumped into my arms as Kenchi fumbles with his room key. Thanks, you're lifesavers. If you weren't around, I'd have to keep the door unlocked, and that's just begging for troubles. The perfect opportunity to set up an ambush, or maybe just plant a bomb if they don't want to get their hands too dirty. Probably don't. Afraid they'll break a nail or something if they have to stab me. Woman. My mind thinks about digesting the verbal torrent that's just been unleashed, but elects to remain comfortably in the dark. Anyway, where have you been, man? I could have used some help carrying these back from the library. I knocked on your door, but you weren't there. Oh, sorry. Not really. You appear to think I'm some kind of pack mule. I was out with Amy and Rin. Then she stuck her back in shock. It looks like I just shot his dog if he had a dog. The limbless lady again. And what's wrong with that? What did you do this time? We wound up at Shanghai. I'm prevented from continuing by a sudden exclamation of despair. The Shanghai? Why the Shanghai? No, man. You can't just go to the dang Shanghai. It's the most dangerous place in the city. A veritable stronghold of their best agents. I know, I met them. They start nothing to lure you into a false sense of security, then bam. He hits the door for emphasis. Wallet is gone, but past, gone. Identity, effing gone, man. Promise me you won't go there again. He seems so vehemently opposed to the idea of the Shanghai that I'm willing to lie a little in order to get to my room. Sure, I won't go there again. Or at least I won't ever tell you I've gone there again. This seems to mortify my best spectacles companions. Good. Sorry to come on so strong, but I know the danger there too well to let you just wander into the lion's dance again. You got out there alive once, but twice is pushing it. Yeah, well, I need to get changed and do homework, so I'll see you later. Huh? Oh, sure, whatever. I suddenly remember that I'm still holding his book. You better take this. I gotcha a glimpse of one of the titles, something about cryptography. What weirdo. Kenshi grabs his precious cargo from me and disappears through his doorway. I open my own door and walk in, grateful to get out of my soaking wet clothes. The rain outside picks up, and I find myself hoping that Amy's not out running in this weather. She seemed so adamant about doing the run alone. I can't help but wonder if her legs still bothering her. I try to remember whether or not I've seen her limping at all today, but I can't. Guess I was too caught up in enjoying the day, even if it did rain on us. And as I think back over the events of today, I keep finding myself focusing on my running partners. Her complete refusal to allow the rain to spoil her plans was incredibly cute. But there was something else there too. Sort of an unflappable attitude when it comes to enjoying the day as it comes. I really like that qualities. Maybe I need to do a little of that myself. The reason why I really want to reread half of Act 2 and then the whole Act 3 and maybe later Act 4 is because it's been weeks. I want to remember the storylines as much as I can. So yeah, please understand for me. The sound of my alarm brings me out of a dream involving Paris and some other stuff I can't really remember. I'm a little bleary-eyed, and it feels like it takes me longer than usual to get dressed and down to the track. A glance at my watch reveals I was right, and I'm in fact running a little late. The thing is, there's no Amy. That's odd. She should be here. She definitely should be here. I mean, I was late. I guess I wasn't the only one who had trouble getting up this morning. The thought crosses my mind that it never quite stopped raining yesterday. Did she go running away? No. Did she go running anyway? Not running away. I should have offered to run with her. Then I could have talked her out of the idea, or at the least known that she was okay. What if she got struck by lightning or something? I never forgive myself. Okay, that's probably a little stupid. Amy's a resourceful girl. I doubt even she stayed out in the thunderstorm. I trust her judgment on that matter at least. Even so, I can't help wanting to know where she is. But nothing for it. I better stretch and run and hope that Amy shows up with a grin and an excuse. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very nervous. because I have to see the bad and or the neutral ending. I reading this visual novel blind, alright? And guys and girls, do not spoil ahead in the comment section, alright? You may talk about what is going on in this episode on the section that I played this episode, but don't spoil ahead, alright? On my cool down lap, I'm forced to admit that Amy isn't showing up. Furthermore, I have no idea where she is. Anxiety gnaws at me while at the same time, I wonder just why I'm so worried over her. The run helped to take my mind off it for a little while, but now that I'm finished, I'm back to worrying. It was weird not having her here, downright unnerving. It suddenly dawns on me that I've been running to hang out with Amy as much as I've been running to stay healthy, probably more to be with Amy now that I think of it. It's one of those things that are completely obvious, yet somehow I never realized it. She really is someone I enjoy being with. As revelation goes, it's hardly worth shaking. All the same, I find myself feeling slightly shocked. When did this happen? I have no time to think about this, though I want to ponder these new developments. I have a greater desire to find out what's happened to Amy. I asked the nurse when I stopped in to see him. Well, you seem to be in a good shape, Hisao. That's good to hear. I replaced my shirt and stand to leave as usual. Also, I still remember that Hisao has a weak heart condition, and Amy has prosthetic leg. Kenshi, don't be rude to her, alright? Don't call her limbless girls. Don't call her that. That's rude. And Rin has no arms, and she is a good artist, while Amy is a good runner. I replaced my shirt and stand to leave as usual, except instead of leaving, I asked a question. Hey, where's Amy? She didn't show up this morning. Is she okay? While I tried valiantly to conceal the anxiety in my voice, the nurse's expression suggests that I failed miserably. You mean she didn't tell you? She's sick in bed. What sick? The nurse shrugs. Yeah, she came to my office early this morning with a fever. To be honest, I'm surprised she made it here. She was burning up when she arrived. I believe she planned to let you know, but she asked me to tell you. Oh shoot. The nurse gives me a sheepish smile that seems at least partially sincere. I told her I stopped by the truck to let you know in case she forgot to. Sorry about that. But we don't need to tell Amy I forgot, right? I returned the nurse's smile with a devious one of my own. Oh, of course not. This is fine blackmail materials. I save for whenever I need a favor from you. The nurse laughed. I guess I deserve that, but you know I got tons of blackmail on you that you're not even aware of. So don't push your luck, okay? My expression earns another laugh from the curse. I'm just kidding, Hisao. But seriously, don't tell Amy I forgot, okay? Your secret is saving me. Oh good, now go on, get out of here. Wait, I got one more question. Shoot, is she going to be okay? Oh yeah, definitely. Her fever was high, but it was already starting to go down by the time she came by my office. I'll probably check up on her again at lunch to be sure, but I expect she'll be up and about by the evening no matter what I tell her. Maybe I should visit her after class. It takes me a second to realize I've spoken aloud. The nurse raises an eyebrows and gives me a searching glance for a moment. Well, it might not be a bad idea. You can let me know if she's taking a turn for the worse, I guess. But no funny business, you got it? I know what meds you're on after all. I think that's a threat against my life, but I'm not sure. Either way, I assure the nurse that my intentions are just stay and exit the office. Interesting that the nurse sees me as some sort of potential suitor to Amy. Even more interesting is how pleased that makes me feel. I need a shower. The lunch bell rings. I find myself disinclined to make my way up to the roof. After all, I'm betting Rin knows where Amy is, and if that's the case, then I doubt she bothered going up there. More to the point, I doubt we have any sort of interesting conversation if she did. Chances are she preferred to be alone up there anyway, so I don't accidentally ruin her train of thought or something. Unfortunately, I don't really feel like heading to the cafeteria either. Guess I go to the library instead. I need a new book to read anyway, having finished my other one yesterday before bed. Maybe I can find more by the same author. I love libraries. They smell like dust and paper and ink. Or these stories and facts and opinions crowded together in one place makes the air come alive with potential. I'm not sure how to navigate Yamaku's library yet, having mostly stuck to books I brought with me, so I searched for a librarian to ask for help. I suppose she not... Can't believe it! Yugo, looking rather distracted, suddenly emerged from one of the aisles. Excuse me? Oh, can I help you? Actually, I was looking for a book. So am I. Advanced cryptography. We just got it in, and now it's gone missing. I really wanted to read that one. Cryptography? Yeah, that is... this guy I knew, not sure how to describe it. Skip to the end. He got me interested in cryptography, only now the book's gone, and I think it's been stolen. Sounds pretty terrible. Yeah, especially because now I have to search the whole library for it, even though it's probably not even here. You seem busy. A little. Yes, because she had two jobs, being a librarian and being a waitress. She dashes off down another aisle, and I resign myself to finding my own dang book. Plenty of choice. Oh, come on, how did I get lost? These aren't even printed books, they're all in braille. Oh, yeah, the librarian girls are blind. I guess that makes sense in a school like this, but honestly, it's a little annoying. I'm sorry, is someone there? Lily, the blondie girls. A lifting voice drips out from behind one of the cubicles set up for research. And as I approach, I see that Lily's been reading a book while I've been stomping about the aisles. Oh no, I should be apologizing. I didn't mean to make so much noise. Hi, is that you, Hisao? Long time no see. I've not heard from you in quite some time. I was beginning to think you forgotten all about me. I did. Sorry. Sorry. Lily laughs in that refined manner of hers and shakes her head. I'm only teasing you, Hisao. From what I hear, you've been busy. Morning runs with Ibarazaki EMI and lunch on the rooftop, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, guess word gets around pretty quickly. That I can't cook poor Hanako on the roof anymore. So the other girl's name's Hanako, okay. You three are always up there, claiming the spot for yourself. She chides me gently, though it's pretty clear she's just teasing me again. Still, I feel an odd need to apologize. Sorry, we can eat lunch somewhere else if it's a real problem. Oh no, I wouldn't worry about it. Hanako and I have other things to do at lunch too, such as read in the library as you can see. Oh, Hanako's here too. I didn't see her. Lily smiles, but a bit enigmatically. Oh, she around somewhere. But I'm surprised he saw you in here instead of up there. What brings you to the library? Well, Emmy's ill, so there's no lunch on the rooftop to keep me occupied. Lily raises an eyebrow at my statement before giving another chuckle. My poor Rin must feel left out. It's not like that. But I'm sure it isn't. Emmy tends to be the life of whatever group she's in. It's a shame to hear she's fallen ill. Will she be okay? Somehow I get the feeling that Lily is just inquiring out of politeness, but I respond anyway. The nurse thinks so. I'm going to swing by and see how she's doing after school myself. Another raises eyebrow. My word, noble gentleman you are, Hisao. It's nothing really, just checking up on my friend after all. So it's just friend, is it? How disappointing. I blush, glad that Lily can see it. But somehow she knows that I've been flustered by her comment anyway, and laugh. I'm sorry, Hisa, I'm teasing you again. Please do tell Amy that I hope that she feels better, won't you? A glance at my watch reveals that I'm very nearly out of time to find my book. Of course. Hey, I gotta find a book before lunch is over, so I better get moving. See you later. That was probably not the best phrase to use. Lily, however, takes my cat in stride. Until we meet again, Hisao. Until we meet again. I never do find the book I was looking for, but I walk out with something else instead. My stomach growls slightly, letting me know that I should have had something for lunch. Oh well, I'll grab something before I visit Amy's later. It seems as if time has decided to slow down for the express purpose of annoying the heck out of me. Class feels like it drags on for ages. I suspect that my being consumed with worry probably has something to do with it. Lastly, the bell rings and I dash out of class, drawing a few raised eyebrows, I'm sure. I have spent the majority of the day spreading as obtrusively as I could. Even though the nurse thinks that Amy is perfectly okay, I want to see for myself. It doesn't take long to get to the girls' dormitory and make my way to Amy's room. Standing outside her door, I suddenly pause. What if she's resting? I hate to wake her up, especially if she's still feeling ill. Then again, if she still sleeps all day, then it could throw off her sleeping schedule. But rest is important if you're ill, isn't it? I can't decide what to do, so I settle for standing outside the door looking like an idiot. And then I hear Amy's voice from behind the door. Thanks for your concern, but I really am okay. No, she's not. Is she talking to me? I'll see you at practice tomorrow. Guess not. Still, clearly she's not asleep, so I can knock without worry. So why this clenched feeling in my gut? I wasn't nervous about dropping by the other day, so why today? Granted, I still haven't really had time to figure out this newfound interest in Amy's well-being. I don't have a lot of experience in the matter, of course, but certainly this seems to go beyond feeling of mere friendship. But could I take that step? Could I even bring myself to risk what I have right now? I mean, it's enough to be friends with her, isn't it? Either way, shouldn't I just open the door and see how she's doing? That's why I came here, right? But if she's not dressed yet? The image that flashes through my mind causes my heart skip a beat, literally. I should probably not ever think those thoughts again, not if I want to avoid a heart attack. I suddenly realized I'm still standing in the hallway, looking like an idiot. Amy still seems to be in the middle of conversation, but I knock anyway. Hopefully she won't mind the interruption. You worry too much, come in. The door's unlocked. So it is. I open the door and step in, which is about where my thought process comes to a grinding halt. And we enter to her room. Amy is sitting up in bed, her hair tousled from a day spent asleep. I think this is the first time I've seen her without those familiar beads in her hair. Her gym shirt and bloomers obviously hastily put on before I came in, or creased and folded from less than proper storage. Her legs lay bare on the sheets. I'd never seen Amy without prosthetic before, yet here she is, slender legs terminating in stumps just below her knee. But as odd as the sight is, I find myself more captivated by everything north of the waist. It seems that Amy had finished her conversation with whoever was on the phone with her, and is now watching my reaction closely out of her one open eye as she wipes sleep from the others. Her expression far from being embarrassed is rather one of the surprisingly wide yawn, one perhaps appropriate from such a small mouth. A grin that for a brief moment seems almost flirtatious tugs at the corner of her mouth as she takes the sight of me in. I can do nothing but remain in a state fluctuating between fear, confusion, and not a little bit of lust. Amy hastily sweeps her hair out of her eyes, fixing it back into place before addressing me. You seem a bit caught off guard, Hisao. A wave of laughter erupts from her, and I find myself grinning and rubbing the back of my head ruefully. Sorry, I just never seen someone so this evil look so attractive. Never seen you without your legs on. Never seen you look so... I'm sorry. Amy giggled again and moves to sit up a little straighter. I'm caught up in the movements of her shirt, very nearly losing myself. I was wondering what your reaction would be. The nurse called and told me you were going to drop by, you see. And I know you haven't seen me. Well, you know, without legs. I responded in a tone of casual surprise. Oh, you don't have them on? I didn't notice. This is almost the truth. I very nearly didn't. I'm not trying to be suave or anything, mind you. Somehow I think Amy would get offended by that. Instead, she sticks her tongue out on me and chucks a pillow on my head. But I definitely catch the pillow and take careful aim before throwing. Oh god, we pillow fight now. Amy ear laughs and rolls to one side, dodging my shot, and the shifting of her shirt distracting me enough so that the next thrown pillow hits me right between the eyes. Oof. I retaliate, of course, and once I retaliate twice, well, a war was bound to break out sooner or later. And really, when Amy appears to have far better aim than me, well, it was just a matter of time before I have to resort to a non-living charge. Gotcha. Ip, bam, smack, beef. And once the charge was accomplished, well, of course I had to wrestle the pillows away from her. And with that kind of struggles, of course we wind up in this sort of position. Yep. And so I find myself staring down at her from my position atop her. Yeah. I really want to do it, but sadly, we have to see your bad ending or the neutral ending. And I'm very worried. I am very nervous. Because the previous episode I already seen your good ending. But how bad is going to be a bad ending and how bad is going to be neutral ending? I am so worried. And so I find myself staring down at her from my position atop her. She grinning, eyes sparkling with amusement, maybe a little sweaty and now from our tussle. Her chest is heaving up and down, sucking air. The small bit of my brain that is not currently enraptured by the sight and the smell of her observes that she must still be ill, because her stamina not what it should be. We stayed that way for a while. I'm not sure how long, because everything seems to go fuzzy. Everything that isn't her anyway. Her eyes miss mine, and deep inside them, I almost catch a glimpse of what, fear, longing, hope. Amy. A cough suddenly convulses her, and I'm almost stumbling in my hassle to get off. Stumbling in my haste to get off, not hassle. There's no air. And I'm almost stumbling in my haste to get off, to apologize for everything. Sorry, I shouldn't have. It's fine, it's fine. Look at she blushing and embarrassed on the bed. Please separate fiction away from reality, okay? At the end of the day, Katawa Shoujo is a visual novel, and it's a work of fiction. And yeah, people gonna have some dirty thoughts sometime, you know. But yeah, it's a work of fiction. Do not attack me, okay? Separate fiction away from reality, please. It's fine, it's fine. She gives me a reassuring pat on the shoulders. So, what brings you here? She's still breathing hard, and that causes her voice to shake slightly. But before I was rudely assaulted by pillows, I came to see how you were doing. Why? Why you fight me with a pillow? This earns me another shove, and I very nearly fall off her bed. I mean, eyes sparkle again, and I wonder how I ever noticed how attractive they are before. Consumed with the worry, were you? Her tone is mocking, haughty, teasing. She throws her arm across her forehead dramatically, grin still apparent from underneath. Couldn't bear the thought of me laying deadly ill. As we both recover from our brief wrestling match, Amy appears to fall back on teasing me. Well, I wouldn't say consumed with worry, but after you didn't show up this morning like a total wuss. Amy paused, crossing her arms petulantly and sticking her lower lip out. It's not my fault. Nurse wouldn't allow it. Sure he wouldn't, I completely believe you. Amy sticks her tongue out again. You're such a jerk, he sound. So, how was your day then, eh? Did you enjoy slacking off? Not really. The phone woke me up pretty early on. The phone? Yeah, the captain of the team called to make sure I was doing okay. Also, to let me know it was okay to skip practice. Good, at least she wasn't alone all day. Someone checked up on her. Although I can't help but think that it should have been me. Oh, that's good. He really keeps an eye on you, huh? Amy shrugs. It's his job. It's his job. Part of it being the captain means you know where your team members are when they're not in school. Still, I guess it was nice of him to call her. Yep, sure was. Amy yawns and shimmies down into a more comfortable position. So how was your day? Kind of uneventful, you know. I went ahead and ran by myself and talked with the nurse about how you were doing. I mean the day's event, none of which are particularly engrossing. That's when I'm distracted by an arm finding its way across my waist. It seems that Amy fell asleep while I was talking, so I draw her blanket to cover us. She rolled over on to her side, and now one leg is thrown over my leg, effectively trapping me. Hey, it seems a shame to wake her, but I have things to do. I gently shake her, but in response, she only tightened her arm grips on me and sighs a little. My resistance to this position crumbles rather quickly. The feeling of her body breathing steadily is both calming and incredibly stimulating at the same time. My breathing cannot decide if it wants to relax or speed up. Relaxation wins, and I find myself putting an arm around Amy. I think I'm in love. The word slips out and hangs in the air unnoticed. At least I hope they got unnoticed. Amy whispers weakly through her dreams, and her grips suddenly tightens again. For the first time since I know her, I see tears running down Amy's face. It feels like my heart is about to break. I instinctively tighten my own grips and stroke her hair in what I hope is a soothing manner. Words of comfort, meaningless in this situation, spring to mind. Maybe I should wake her. Are you supposed to wake up people having nightmares? I can't for the life of me remember. The decision is taken from me as Amy suddenly jerks awake with a cry. And that's when people are being curious, wanting to know what happened between Amy's and her father's dad. This is more than I think what I want to hear without her knowing. I quickly sit upright and gently shake her shoulder to stir her. Hey, you okay? What silly questions? What? He sound. She shook her head as if to clear it and quickly wipes her eyes. You had a nightmare, I think. Amy shuddered again and glances up at me a little cautiously, as if unsure whether or not she's actually up. Yeah, I guess so. You wanna talk about it? A speedy internal debate seems to be going on in her head, which resolves itself via shrugs. Nah, I don't really remember much of it. I'm pretty sure she's lying to me, but somehow I don't think I should press the issues. Amy shudders again and turns toward me, looking a little sheepish. Sorry for falling asleep on you like that. I keep my words as soon as I can. Hey, don't worry about it, you've been ill. Yeah, I guess that cold medicines just make me a little drowsy. Yeah, I guess so. Amy, it does not strike me as the sort of person who falls asleep at the drop of a hat. Maybe, but Amy's far too energetic. Amy gives a half smile at my response, and then just like that, she back to her old self. Well, prepare yourself for tomorrow morning, he sound. You have to go twice as hard to make up for today. But I went running this morning. No excuse. Oh, fine, I'll be ready for you. Amy nods satisfied. Good. I think this is my cue to exit. Well, I better get going, especially if I want to get enough sleep for tomorrow. I hop the bed and head for the door. Hey, he sound. I pivot nearly on my heel and face Amy. She opens her mouth to say something, and then in another burst, I see her falter slightly. She closes her mouth and opens it again. Thanks for dropping by, I mean. You're kind of the first visitor I ever had who wasn't Rin. Now that's surprising. I would figure that Amy would have people dropping by all the time. She's certainly popular enough, so also I thought. Always talking to people in the hallways. Amy hesitated again. And thanks for staying around after well... A look of pain flits across her face. You know, it helped. She brightens back up and waves cheerily at me. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you later. I was just about to exit the door when something makes me turn around again. Hey, Amy. Anytime you need to talk, let me know, okay? Amy seems taken aback by this offer. Her grin gets even wider. Sure things, he sounds. I see you in the morning. I sit in Amy's room with my head in a whirl. Should I have even left? Was she really okay? I want to turn around and march back down the hallways. I open the door and tell her I love her. Tell her I think she's beautiful. Tell her that I'll be there when she needs me. I want to stay with her, to hold her close as she falls back to sleep. How many nights has she woken up like that? Only to find that nobody's there. I want to be that person she can be with when that happens. It's a silly thought, I know. We don't know each other that well, do we? The whole idea while accelerating also makes me feel worried. Worried perhaps that I overstep my bounds. And not to add to my trouble, it seems as if Amy herself already has an interest in someone else. This track captain of hers who seems so interested in her well-being. Sure, I only seen the two of them together a few times, but that doesn't change the fact that they seem better suited to one another. There's really nothing to be done about that. I need to take my mind off of this whole situation. I got homework to do. Maybe that will distract me. Also, in this episode, I'll try my best to play this visual novel more than 60 minutes. Alright. A night of restlessness has left me feeling fairly groggy this morning. The events of the previous day keep intruding upon my mind. The memory of how Amy felt against me. The memory of our wrestling match. And most bothersome, the memory of her nightmare. She was in so much pain. I can't stop wondering what it must be like for her to wake up with nobody there. The shower shocks me awake with hot water, awake but still worried. What will happen today? Will things just go back to normal? End of the episode, back to the school. There was a connection yesterday, something that nearly pushed us back past the boundary of normal friendship. Would that have been so bad? My mind goes back to the look in Amy's eyes after our pillow fight. It almost seemed like she was daring me to go on. Almost. But I can't know for sure. Anyway, the track captain's probably first in her affections. But even as I say that, my mind is already snorting derisively. I'm just looking for an excuse, a reason for everything to go wrong. I really like when the background also changed the fucking position when there's a full text of self-dialogue. I like that. A reason not to try. It's not as if I've ever seen the two of them together outside a track practice, and clearly he's never visited. Amy said as much herself. If they were close, surely he visit. I'm such a worse. I ought to just go for it anyway, take the consequence. That's what Amy would do, I think. Heck, I know that's what she do. Which is partially why I'm convinced there's no interest on her end. She hasn't acted either. Maybe because of this track captain, it's possible she got a bit of an unrequited crush thing going on. But who would be able to clarify their relationship? It's sure as heck it can be Amy. She probably just laughed and asked why I wanted to know, and I'm not ready to answer that yet. Rin would probably just give me some cryptic answer or something, and then with my luck, she just asked Amy, who would ask me why. I wanted to know, and I've already covered that problem. I wonder, can I get away with asking the nurse? He seems pretty protective of Amy. I'm sure he knows if something was up. And he owes me for not letting Amy know he forgot to tell me about her being ill, so he kept quiet. What if he asked me why I want to know though? I can't shake him off, just say I'm curious as a friend, but he by that, won't he? Of course. That's settled then. After the run, I'll talk to him while Amy's waiting outside the office. There's no sign of Amy when I arrive at the track. Is she still too ill? I decide to give her 10 minutes. I'm a little early and she was ill yesterday, so if she takes a while to show up, it shouldn't be surprising. Still, I hate to just waste my time, so I occupy myself by stretching and pacing back and forth anxiously. What if I went too far yesterday? What if she doesn't come because she's embarrassed? What if... You're early again, Hisao. I'm impressed. Just like that, I feel some of the tensions leaving my body. Amy seems to be bright and cheerful as usual, with no sign that she even was ill the other day, but much less than restful sleep. Still, I have to ask, sleep well last night? It's just a throwaway question, small talk. The sort of thing people ask someone they bump into in the cafe while getting their morning coffee. But not for us, at least not for me. I don't know if Amy realized that I'm actually concerned about how well she slept the last night, but the question does give her pause. After a short moment of what seems like her genuinely pondering this, she nods. Yep, sure did. Was it because of me? Did I actually help? Or are you just saying that to get me stop asking questions? Good to hear. Amy grins and begins warming up. So ready to begin? Am I ready? Of course I'm ready. I was born ready. Be careful, you have weak heart condition, Hisao. Amy laughs at my bravado and we take off running. I keep a steady pace the whole time, breathing steadily. I still feel pass away at the end, but at least I don't gasp like a fish out of water now. Amy is possibly beaming after the run today. Nice job, Hisao. You're improving. You'll be half as fast as me in no time. This last line is delivered with the teasing grin that I've grown all too used to. Oh, how exciting. Amy begins to run her sprints while I take a cool down lap. She's really pushing herself today. By the time I'm done with my lap, she's laying across one of the bleachers looking exhausted. Goodness, not pushing it a little too much today, are you? You did just have a cold, you recall. Amy gives an annoyed snort and sit up. I'm just trying to make up for the lost time, that's all. I went twice as hard today, you know. A good run always gets a king out, you know. Clears the mind too. Oh. Amy nods vigorously. Yep, it's a great outlet for that sort of thing. She does not explain further and I don't ask. I suspect I know the real reason she went so hard today. Being sick had nothing to do with it. Something's bothering her. Maybe the nightmare, maybe something else. But it's not my place to pry. She told me if she wanted me to know. I'm sure that comes in handy. You have no idea. The sincerity in her voice confirms my suspicions. The only problem is, even though I know she'd tell me if she wanted me to know, and I still want to know. Something on your mind then? Amy doesn't seem surprised by my question. Instead, she shrugs. Now, it's nothing worth getting worried about. She seems as if she's trying to convince herself as much as she's convincing me. I open my mouth to ask if yesterday is responsible for her current state of mind, but think better of it. Too much risk of her taking the question the wrong way. Besides, I'm not even sure myself what to think about yesterday. Really, I can only get about as far as how it felt to have Amy sleeping next to me before my brain shut down. Having her before me now, covered in sweat and looking rightly at me, she's making it difficult to think. Yeah, I hear you. We better hurry to see the nurse. We're running short of time. Aren't we always? Amy laughs at this, a dry chuckle that seems the most un-Amy-like. Choo-choo. For a brief moment, she looks old, worn down by some old hurts. But just like yesterday, I can almost see her shouldering the burden and straightening up slightly. And then she backs to being Amy again. Come on then, he's our race, yeah? With a sudden smile, she dodges off. Hey, no fair. I take up after her, knowing I won't catch her, but not caring. Even if there's no chance of catching her, I still run after her. Amy waiting for me at the door as I arrive. Well, looks who's finally show up. Yeah. Enjoy your victory while you can. Amy grins as the nurse pokes his head out or up the door. Well, there you are. Come on in, Hisao. And what has become a familiar routine by now, he checks my blood pressure and my heart rate. A bit fast today, isn't it? Yeah, I kind of raised Amy here. The nurse laughs. That's never a good idea. True. Because Hisa has a weak heart condition, so be careful. Don't go too far, alright? He leans in to whisper to me in a conspiratory manners. I don't know if you're hurt, but Amy's a bit of a track star. I read back in mock surprise. Really? She never mentioned it before. The two of us share a laugh. Did she do okay today? Coach seems to bother her. Why don't you ask her? He rolls his eyes in exasperation. Of course I'm going to ask her too, but she told me that she didn't have any problems, regardless of whether or not she did. So I'm asking you because you're her friend and would probably tell me if she had trouble today. When he put it that way, it makes a lot more sense. She seemed pretty good today, if a little more tired than usual. She was already feeling better when I dropped her by yesterday, so I'm not that surprised. The nurse nodded, though I noticed he tenses slightly when I mentioned yesterday's visit. That's good to hear. I figured it was just a 24-hour thing. Amy tends to recover quickly from colds and the like. Hey, speaking of Amy, are she and the track captains, well, you know. A look of suspicion crosses his face. Why did you ask? Well, it just that they seemed kind of close, and I was just curious, you know. I never asked her because that would be kind of embarrassing. So far so good, now to really say it. Besides, I think they make a cute couples. The nurse laughs. Well, I don't suppose you're the first to think that, but I think I can say with some certainty that the two of them will never do anything like that. Certainly. Yep. Not that I could tell you, of course, confidentiality and all that. Yeah, right. You're just like holding a secret over my head. That too. Right, get out here. I'm a busy man, you know. I roll my eyes at his last statement and head out the door, motioning to Amy to go in. The whole time I'm trying to keep her from doing a celebratory dance. The two of them will never do anything like that. That's precisely the sort of thing I wanted to hear. I'm half tempted to make some sort of move on Amy right now, but I think the nurse would probably disapprove. And besides, I still don't know exactly how Amy feels about me. I mean, it's obvious that she cares about me as a friend, but something more than that, I can't be certain. Even so, I can't help but feel hopeful. I just need to figure out a good time to tell Amy exactly how I feel. That person should keep me occupied for the rest of the day at least. The rooftop is completely deserted. Normally I could count on Rin to be up here before me, but she's strangely absent. I wonder if she decided to accompany Amy to the cafeteria for once. That seems pretty unlikely, but it's all I can think of right now. Part of me wants to go look for Rin, but a far larger part of me is too pleased with the way the sun feels on my skin to care. I pick eagerly at my lunch while I wait for Amy and Rin to show up. It does not take long for me to hear the sound of someone coming up the stairs. I wait until the door begins to open before talking. Took you long enough, keeping me waiting for you, honestly. The two of you are... Huh? Well, that's odd. The only person standing in the doorway is Amy, who looks mildly confused. What do you mean, huh? It's me, you know Amy, we run in the mornings. She grins and I feel my heart jumps slightly in my chest at the sight. Yes, I knew that, I'm just confused. Where's Rin? Yeah, Amy's grin is replaced by a rather guilty looking expression. Yeah, about that. I kind of, sort of, gave her my coat. Oh dear. Am I at risk too? Yeah, it would make sense after all, and Amy and I were in close contact the other day. So, what did she and Rin do that got her ill? Steady on, old lad. Don't go down that road. Rin's just probably got a worse immune system than me. Amy seems shocked by my comment, like she hadn't considered that before. I hope not. I feel terrible if you get ill because of me, Hisao. Oh man, I think I feel a fever coming on. Amy looks horrified and then quickly shifts into a more angry expression. Hisao, you stop getting sick in this instant. I won't have it. Impulsively, she seizes me by the collar. Are you listening to me, Hisao's immune systems? Get your butt in gear. I give her a smart salute. Duly noted, ma'am. Amy steps back and nods, satisfied. Good. You're not allowed to miss any of our morning runs after all. But you missed a morning run. Amy crosses her arms and looks at me haughtily. Yes, but that's a special case. It was me and not you. That's not an explanation at all. Amy looks flabbergasted. You're kidding, right? That explanation makes perfect sense. No, it doesn't. It's a blatant double standard. I don't see what that has to do with anything. Oh, fine. Amy seems pleased by her victory. Anyway, is Rin's going to be okay? She's not terribly ill, right? Amy shakes her head. Nope, she'll be fine. I got her some cold medicines that should help her. Although I probably should have make sure she didn't try to take them all at once. She does it before, you know. Somehow I don't find this all that surprising. I doubt it is one to pay attention to maximum dosages and such. You should probably check it on her later then, just to make sure. Amy shrugs. I'll stop by after practice. She'll be fine until then. I'm not figuring that line of conversation is over. The only problem is I don't know what else to talk about. So, you got any more track meets coming up? This is a terribly roundabout way of trying to see if she's free on the weekend. If she's free, then maybe I can ask her on a day or something. Assuming I can get myself to actually form a word. Amy shakes her head. Now, not for another couple of weeks, I think. The season is winding down. Oh yeah, I came in right in the middle of things, didn't I? Does that mean exams are coming up soon? I should probably look into that. What do you do on weekends if there's not a meet? An eyebrow goes up, and Amy gets a teasing look on her face. You're awfully inquisitive today, aren't you? I shrugs and hope it looks casual. Just making conversation. I don't know what it's like to be a track star after all. Flattery. She raises her hand daily. I'm not actually that good, you know. You just so happen to see me on a good day is all. You liar. Yeah, but humility is a sign of a good athlete. At least that's what my father used to say. My dad used to say. She shrugs and tries unsuccessfully to hide the rather troubled expression her face has taken on. Hey, what's up? You seem bothered by something. Amy starts to deny it, then sighs in defeat. I wonder if she's too tired from being sick to get herself to deny it like usual, or if she actually just trusts me enough not at this point to open up. Like, you remember last night? Do I ever? I settled for nothing, however. That's not the first time that's happened to me. Actually, I kicked them kind of. She pauses as if it suddenly occurred to her what she's doing. It's almost like she's breaking some sort of personal rules here, but she starts up again, choosing her words carefully. Well, not often, but on occasions. It's just been one of those weeks where that's what happened. A sigh escapes her, and she looks terribly frustrated. I reach over and gives her a hug, which unlike last time doesn't seem to shock her. Instead, she seems to relax as my arm wrap around her. We stay that way for a while. Hey, you know, I was serious last night. You really can talk to me if stuff like this is bothering you. It's always difficult to do this sort of thing solo, you know. Amy smiles and breaks the embrace, but stays leaning on my shoulders. Thanks, Hisao. I'll be fine, I think. I can already see her reassembling herself, getting ready to bottle it all up again. I guess that's topic closed now. So hey, giving any more thought to that career survey? Cannot say I have. I don't tend to plan very far ahead, you know. Although I suppose I could at least start looking into college, huh? I shrug. I suppose, unless you were serious about that pirate thing. Last I checked, pirates didn't have much need for university. Unless there's like a pirate university out there somewhere. Amy giggles and starts to look a little like her old self. But there's a new element to her expression. Impish, that's how I describe it. Amy looks impish, looking up at me with her head nestled so into my shoulders. Would you come with me if I ran off to be a pirate? Of course I would. Who in their right mind would pass up the opportunity to be pirates with you? Well, when you put it that way, I'm not sure. She giggles again. I noticed that my heart seems to have sped up. It's partly due to Amy's proximity to me. The hints of strawberry again. I can't help but grin as I gaze down at her. She happy again. Hey, Hisao. If you're going to kiss me, you should probably do it soon. I think lunch bell is about to ring. My thoughts grind to a sudden halt. I'm pretty sure my mouth is hanging open in shock. Or I can manage its strangles. Huh? This amused Amy even more. You were thinking about it, weren't you? She sits up, bringing her face level with mine. I probably enjoy it, you know. You're really... Well, she briefly composes herself, looking like she's about to say something important. If you hadn't figured it out by now, I think I developed a bit of a crush on you. You're going to have to do something about that. This time her green short circles several important thought processes. At some point I turned toward her, and at another point her arms moved around my neck. At yet another my arms wrapped around her waist. I'll be danged if I could tell precisely when that happened, because at that moment there's only voice in the back of my head yelling me to kiss her. I look into Emmy's eyes. There it is. The thing I saw yesterday on the bed is there again. It suddenly struck me that she worried that I reject her, but I seriously worried for her to have. And there we go, guys. The kiss. Her lips taste faintly of strawberry. Then she leans into a kiss, and her arms tighten around the back of my head, making sure that I don't pull away. Not that there was any danger of that. There's a churning feeling in my gut. The words falls away. There's just me and her and this bench. My arm tightened, drawing her waist closer, entranced by the feel of her. I inhale her scent, my mind trying to desperately to memorize everything about how she tastes, how she smells, how she feels. And the school bell rings. The ringing of the bell snaps us both back to reality, and we break the kiss. Amy's cheeks are slightly flushed, and she seems to be catching her breath. In her defense, so am I. We stand there for a few moments trying to wrap our heads around what we've just done. Amy is the first to break the silence. So, wanna grab dinner after I'm done with practice? What a coincidence. I was about to ask you the same thing. Well, actually, I suppose it was going to be some kind of proper date on the weekends or something, but that thought was there, I think. Amy gives me a playful shove. Yeah, right. You were still in shock from how incredibly awesome I am at kissing. We begin to head down the stairs back to our respective classroom. I didn't see you talking immediately afterwards either. That I didn't. See you after practice, Hisao. She leans in quickly and gives me a quick kiss in the middle of the hallway, sending me into another brief state of mental free-fall. As I head into my classroom, a giggling Miss Shakis greets me. Why, Hichan, you romantic you. Did you confess on the rooftop, did you? Actually, I think it was the other way around. This sends Misha into a fresh fit of laughter. Young love is so unpredictable, isn't it? And you aren't? Misha, you might be... not too much age gap between his sound, you know. This being Misha, I suppose I should have expected her to tease me over this, I guess. And I really hope that Misha has her own route too, you know. But I don't see it in the extra. Before I can really respond, Mutos entered the room and Misha skips up to her seat, giggling all the while. I suspect that I'll get a lot of that sort of conversation now, especially seeing as how Amy kissed me right in the middle of the hall. But somehow I don't care about that. For the first time since arriving here, my heart feels light. Alright, are we going to Act 3? Act 3 is maybe important. Very important because talking to Misha's, like, should we talk about Amy's problem to Misha's or not? My head is in a spin all through the Mutok's class. I'm going to have dinners with Amy, who wants to be my girlfriend no less, a date, and then she kisses me. That kiss, I keep going back to it, playing it over in my mind again and again. Everything about that moment feels so right. And my mind trips off, lost in thought of Amy. The guy, hello. It seems like I drifted a bit too far. What? Egad, you just contracted some kind of amnesia. Someone get the nurse. The class chuckles at Muto's antics. Sorry, sir. What happened again or all that, right? Exactly. But the brightens considerably. Well, lovely to hear. I hated to I hate to have my star people slacking off at all. I've been doing well, but I hardly qualify as a star people, I think. I'm fairly certain that this class is the sort of everyone does well in. It's just memorizing formulas. True to my word, I managed to pay attention for the rest of the class. The guy, may I have a word with you? I wonder if I'm in trouble for earlier. Sure. Am I in trouble? Mito looks genuinely confused for a moment. Beg your pardon? He tilts his head to one side and thinks for a moment. Oh, Dad, no, you're not in any sort of trouble. There's just a question I want to ask you. What's that? Nothing terrible. I was just wondering what your plans for after graduation are. Are you going to university? Yeah, I guess. I can't really see a reason not to go. Give any thought to what you study? Not really, no. I figure I'll come up with something when I get there. Mito laughs, taking things as they come, hey? I argue against it, but that's how I did things when I went to university. Well, not really. I knew I'd go to science. I knew I'd go into science. I just wasn't sure which one. Ended up with physics, but could just as well have gone for astronomy or what have you. Actually, I did go for chemistry first, but there were all sorts of things. But of chairs up and froze slightly. It takes a minute for him to recover his change of thought, and I wait patiently for him to continue. So anyway, I did a lot of physics as well, because I had an interest in that, but I wasn't sure if it was for me. So I went back to chemistry and here we are, yes? He smiles at me enthusiastically, as if they're waiting for me to confirm that yes, here is where we are. Somehow I get the feeling that Mito had a plan for this conversation, but I'll be dang if I can figure it out. I'm sorry, I'm not following you. Mito frowns and rubs his chin a little bit. Looking perplexed, he then snaps his finger as if he remembers what the points of all this was. Right, yes, you? Me? Yes, you should look into studying one of the science. You're fantastic at it, unless you'd rather just go into math. Peter makes a sour face. Not a big fan of straight math. I always like the experiments more than the proof. You're saying I should study science at university? Peter seems thrown up by my question. Well, sort of. You could also join the science club. Trouble is, there's not actually a science club, but there could be. You could even be a charter members, founding fathers. Of course, you need to find other members. Well, only if you wanted to. You could just start it up with the Chobas, and I could give you things to read, and we could talk about them. I could help you get ready for university and such as well. Wait. But the major around in his briefcase and tosses me a book. Read that. If it's interesting, then we can talk about it. A brief history of time. I don't know if I actually want to read this, but Muto seems pretty excited about it. What's it about? Time, space-time, black holes and such. And it's not that dense, just to see if that sort of thing's interesting for you, you understand? Hang around after class and we can either discuss it, or I can show you how to make explosives in the lab. He waves a hand at my quizzical expression. Joking, sorry. Still, I keep you here long enough for now. Think about science as a career path, Nakai. I think you'll enjoy it. Okay, I will. Thank you for a book. I leave the classroom and look up at the clock. Quite a chunk of time to kill until Emmy's out of practice. Because I give this book a look. I should probably shower as well. Showering before a day's only proper, right? I head back to the dorms. I wonder where I'm supposed to meet Emmy anyway. She said after practice, but she didn't say where I should find her. I guess I can just swing by the track. That's probably best anyway. If she needs a shower, and I can just wait for her in her room or something. Or in the hallway, I guess. That would be better as well. I take a quick shower, remembering to take a medication once I hop out. Now, for a look at this book. Standing in the hallway waiting for Emmys to finish taking a shower. Really? You're gonna hear that, you know. And having dirty thoughts. I mean, you're in the same bed with her before. I wake with a start. Crap, what time is it? A glance at the clock reveals that I've been asleep for nearly an hour. Thank goodness. Emmy's practice should be finishing up soon. I throw on some casual clothes and head for the track. Somehow I get the feeling we won't be doing anything fancy for dinners. Emmy doesn't strike me as a very fancy sort of person. Still, I suppose there's a lot I have yet to know about Emmy. Despite our newfound closeness, I still feel like I don't know her as well as I should. Well, I have lots of time to fix that. To be honest, I'm looking forward to getting to know her more. I'm so caught up in my own thoughts that I hardly register that I'm already at the track. Amy is nowhere to be found. I don't even see any signs of the track team. And this could be embarrassing. I turn to head towards the girls' dormitory when I hear a shout. Hey, Hisao! I turn around to see Amy making a beeline for me with a gym bag slung over her shoulders. She's changed into some decidedly more casual clothing, a pair of shorts and an olive green top. Her running blazer have been replaced by more realistic looking legs that probably wouldn't fool anyone. Amy doesn't seem to care about that, a fact which makes me smile. Hey, you came. I mean, I figured you would, but still. I suddenly find myself wrapped in a rather affectionate hug, and it proves to be impossible for me to keep what must be the world's largest grin on my face. Well, of course I came. I'd be crazy not to, right? Amy ponders for a moment. You know, that's true. I mean, I'm pretty amazing after all. I shrug in response. I certainly think so. It's an offhand remark, which is why I'm surprised to see that it seems to have caught Amy by surprise. She blushes and smiles warmly at me before planting a kiss on my lips. Now it's my turn to be surprised. Amy stepped back, resting her weight on her back heel, looking pleased with herself. My brain fumbles for an appropriate response. I should compliment you more often. Amy laughs and gives me a playful shove. Jerk. I throw an arm around Amy's shoulders and I'm pleased when she immediately leans into me as if it were the most natural things in the world. So where to? I'm not actually sure. Why do people go on a date around here anyway? That's a dang good question. I got no idea. Why don't we just head down to the Aura Mart and grab something portable? Amy's face brightened at this idea. A picnic? I think you're onto something, Hisao. Amy shakes her arm around my waist and we begin to head for the front gate. I'm entirely unsure of what I'm meant to do in this situation, but at least Amy seems to be equally clueless. Despite the relaxing feeling of being with Amy, I still can't help feeling a little tense. What if I do something wrong? I hate to make a butt out of myself. The trip to the Aura Mart is accompanied by Amy's chatters about how practice went. I keep quiet for the most part, merely enjoying the warmth of being around Amy. We get a few odd looks from passerby, but I don't mind. We wind up buying some bread and instant noodles, realizing too late that we cannot actually cook the latter in the park. Oh well, I make it for lunch or something. That would work. The park is located after a brief loss of direction that I blame entirely on Amy. She, of course, blame me. We find a spot beneath a tree and sit down. I lean back against the trunk. Amy sits across from me. I guess we should have brought a blanket or something to sit on her. Amy shrugs. I don't mind. Neither do I. Amy tosses me a package of bread that we dig in. Curry bread, interesting. I guess I wasn't really paying attention to what I grabbed in the store. Hey Hisao, you look like your bread a little spicy. I shake my head, trying in vain to keep an image of manliness. Now, it's hardly spicy at all. I see. That must be why your face has gone so red. Yes, exactly. The lack of spice has gotten my blood up. Because of the disappointment, Amy laughs and swallows the last of her bread. Well, if you can't handle it, I'll be glad to take it off your hands. Hey, just because you whoop down yours so quickly doesn't mean I'm just going to give you mine. Amy mocks pouts, causing me to nearly choke on my bread with laughter. Oh, come on, Hisao. Aren't you supposed to be concerned with making sure I got enough to eat now? We're dating, you know. Though, Amy looks troubled all of a sudden. I can't say I feel any different. What do you mean by that? What makes this a date? It's just what we would have done anyway, really. But this should feel different because before, when we had lunch, we were friends, and now we are a level above friends. This sounds like green. Laughter escapes and Amy screams. Well, she might put the thought into my mind. We talked about that sort of thing before. Really? About me? Not really, just stuff, really. Green thinks that the change of the label from friend to girlfriend seems arbitrary most of the time. Like there's no difference between the two. I can think of at least once, you know. You don't tend to kiss your friends quite much. for the second time today. Amy blushes slightly and giggles. I suppose you're right. Exactly, I'm always right about things like this. Amy rolls her eyes and chuckles. Guess you're pretty smart, huh? I'm not in agreement. Yep. Even Muto thinks so. He thinks I should go into some scientific study after graduation. Amy raises an eyebrow. Oh really? Yeah, I'm thinking I actually might just do that. Really, the more I consider the idea, the more it appeals to me. I make a mental note now to look into it a little more closely. So what are you thinking of doing after graduation? Still planning on running? Amy shrugs, seeming almost a bit hesitant. I don't know if I'm good enough and I can find a team, I guess. You mean you're unsure? I haven't really thought about it, to be honest. Really? You probably should, you know, graduation isn't far off. Amy features a little nervously. Yeah, well, it's far enough, right? Besides, I got other things to think about. There's a mischievous flash behind Amy's eyes, and I suddenly find myself gloriously pinned against the tree. Like making sure that this is a real date, right? I mean, if we don't kiss, then it's not a date at all, right? I suppose. Strawberry and curry, not the best combination, but I don't think I mind. Amy sits back on my legs and grins again. There, science will approve, right? I had the oddest mental image of Mutos nodding seriously and making a more on some checklist. I can't help laughing at the idea. Well, I admit this is the first time I ever witnessed a kiss being met with laughter. Should I feel offended? No. I'm sure science approves. Amy beats at me, and I find it increasingly difficult to keep my brain functioning properly. Oh, good. At this point, I noticed that Amy has stolen the remainders of my curry's bread while I was otherwise occupied with image of teachers wielding clipboards. Hey! Amy tries to look innocent, but considering she's just crammed the last bit of my bread into her mouth, it does not appear to be working. For a goodness gracious thief. To eat or to talk? Pick one, please, Amy. A shrug from my companion is all I get in response. You used your feminine wiles on me. I wasn't that hungry anyway, but I still feel that the point needs to be made. Yeah. Amy seems confused by the phrase feminine wiles, but the understanding dawns on her features after a moment's thought. Was there anything of the sort? You were laughing. Feminine wiles don't involve laughing. I guess I can't argue with this. That doesn't change your theories. Amy laughs at my injured tone and gives me a playful shove. Fine, you can have the instant noodles. Are you kidding? That stuff's terrible. If anything, you should definitely eat it as punishment. Another laugh from the girl sitting on my legs, both of which have fallen asleep by now. And she lied down. I twist one leg to try waking it up, which has the unintended effect of unbalancing Amy, who falls to the side with a startled eep. Whoops, sorry about that. Legs fall asleep on me. Amy remains on the ground, giggling. I stand up a little shakily, feeling the nerves in my legs return to normal. My eyes wander over the scenery before fixing on the figure of Amy, who has yet to get up. Her hair is splayed out around her head, her arms are spread, and laughter is bubbling up to her mouth. Everything about Amy seems condensed into this one image. Her energy, her spirit, her childlike gigglings, the urge to lay down on the grass. The urge to lay down on the grass with her rises swiftly from the back of my mind to the forefront of my thoughts. And indeed, I am convinced that I would love nothing more than to do just that. Unfortunately, the sun has set, and it's probably time for us to get back to dormitories. But I may be happy to stay out here all night. I don't think that I have that ability. Besides, homework soon beckons. It wouldn't make sense to start thinking about things like university and stuff up, would it? I extend a hand to Amy to help her up. You should probably get going. Amy makes a sour face. You're right. She grasps my proffered hand and I pull her to her feet into her hugs. This time I'm the one who kisses her, unable to resist having Amy against me. Seems ashamed to leave, you know. Yeah, it does. But if we don't get back to the school soon, we probably get into trouble. Amy pokes me in the ribs playfully. And you need to do your homework, I'm sure. Sally, you're absolutely right. I drop my arms around her shoulders and we make the trek back to the school, accompanied by occasional bouts of laughter as our conversation jumps from subject to subjects. Everything from running to school to the peculiar way that one of the cafeteria workers smells. All too soon, so we find ourselves outside the girls' dormitory building. Well, I guess I'll be going then. I guess so, huh? Amy grins at me again with that mischievous look. Are you going to be able to survive without me? I laugh. I shall manage. How terrible. Are you supposed to say something like, I'll be counting the seconds you're away? Nah, I don't think so. Amy pulls me down into a quick goodbye kiss and step back, looking unexpectedly shy. Thanks for dinner. I really had fun. Honestly, I did. So did I. I think we shall have to do it again sometimes. Amy laughs at my deadpan delivery and nods. See you bright and early tomorrow morning, that right? You gotta run up that bread after all. Of course, despite the fact that you ate most of it. Yes, despite that. See you later, Hisao. As Amy turns into head inside, I notice something weird. Something so weird that I'm surprised I didn't notice earlier. She limping slightly, favoring the left leg. Hey, Amy. Is your leg okay? Amy looks confused, or at least fakes her confusion. What are you talking about? Your right leg, you're limping. There's a brief flash of concern on Amy's face. Either she didn't want me to know, or she didn't think I noticed, or I prefer to think she just didn't realize it. Oh, that. She shrugs casually. Must have gotten knocked a little out of alignment during the picnic. No idea what would have caused that yet, of course. I think back to being pinned under the tree. You should have told me. We could have stopped and fixed it, you know. Amy waves her hand airily. Nah, it's not that big of a deal. Don't worry about it, okay, Hisao? It's fine. But do I get the feeling that she's confusing herself as well as me? I pressed Amy before. Now I'm gonna lay rest. Well, she's probably fine. I imagine she said something if it was really a problem. Heck, she probably get annoyed if I kept bringing it up. Now really, I need to get going. Your attempts to keep me around are doomed to fail. Of course, just prolonging the goodbye, I suppose. Another grin lights up Amy's face. Good night, Hisao. Good night. As she limps inside, I find myself hoping she's okay, despite her assurance that she's fine. I think I can call all this a successful first date. Heck, any day that ends with Amy pinning me under the tree to kiss me can't be bad, can it? I head back to my room, mentally thank the gods that Kenshi doesn't ambush me in the hallway and get started on my homework. It's gonna end badly. To the bad ending, isn't it? I had to be mentally prepared now. The morning is far too early for my taste. It doesn't help that I had trouble sleeping at last night. There were simply too many things to think about. My mind refused to slow down. Instead, I replayed the rooftop, the park, and everything else over and over in my mind. There's a small part of my mind that is still paranoid that this has all been some kind of joke. That I meet up with Amy at the track and she'll act like nothing happened yesterday. Pushing this thought to the back of my mind, I throw on my running clothes and open the door. Amy waiting for me with her usual smile. You're late. Or at least you're not early today. Are you tired or something? I find myself ruefully rubbing the back of my head. Something like that, yeah. Lots to think about and all that. Amy giggles at my mouth understatement. Yeah, I didn't sleep that way either. I was actually glad you were born early because I wasn't early either. I wonder if the same thing kept us awake. The image of her ripping her face passes through my mind. What kept you up? Amy expressions falters, but she quickly noticed my curiosity and forces a smile. Nothing important. She obviously not telling me something. The question is, should I press this issue? Something clearly been bothering her for a while. I want to help her, but would it just come up as me being nosy? She got to know I care about her though. Are you sure? Is something bothering you? I'm here to help you sort it out. Amy laughs then, but it's not her usual laugh. There's an edge to it that seems almost bitter. Sort it out? I'm not sure it can be sorted out, Hisao. An almost grim smile crosses her lips. It's like a smile of resignation. I don't think you could help me anyway. That's hers. I don't want to say that it hurts to her, but it does. Doesn't she realize I want to be there for her when things go wrong? Well, I won't push you on the matters, but I'm here for you if you decide later that you'd like to talk about it. It might help. I can see the debater wrenching behind Emmy's eyes. It seems like she wants to tell me, but she's not sure whether or not she can. Hey, forget about it for now, okay? We got running to do. The mention of running something that she can handle brings Emmy's back to her usual shell. Right. Hurry up and stretch out his out. We got to get moving. She takes up like a shot far quicker than I used to. Still, I try to keep pace with her, recklessly testing my limits. It gives me a feeling of freedom, like my heart is no longer important. I find myself wanting to laugh, filled with the feeling of moving beyond what I once called my boundary. The nostalgia wanting to not overdo things echo in my mind, and I disregard them. This feeling I have, this willingness to risk a heart attack for something so trivial as a morning run, feels out of character for me. But is it? Or rather, should it be? I got a weak heart, sure, but it never be capable of the kind of speed and endurance Amy is capable of. Though I probably wouldn't be able to get that good even if I had healthy heart. Healthy health also worked as well. As we round the final bend, I feel my legs screaming in protest, but for the first time I ignored them. I accelerated to finish at the sprint, nearly catching up to Emmy. That was never going to happen, of course. Still, I feel surprisingly good. Oh sure, my legs feels like they are about to catch fire and I'm having trouble staying upright. But there's been a shift of some sort today, and it's all thanks to a girl grinning at the finish line, waiting for me. That felt a little faster than usual. My comment is met with a grin and shrug. I can't have you think I was going to go soft on you, can I? Now can I? But you managed to handle it just fine. I couldn't have done it without you. Still feeling the hype from the run and moved by a surge of gratitude, I seized Amy in the hug. Thanks. Really, I'm not just saying that. I'm in your debt. Amy seems flustered by my word, squirming uncomfortably. Don't be silly, Hisao. Someone had to hold you out there, didn't they? And it's not like you are not doing anything for me, right? I needed a running partner, you remember? I shake my head, still pointedly not letting go of Amy, who would stop squirming and merely looks up at me with a quickly deepening blush that almost seems our characters. No, that's not true. You wanted a running partner, but you didn't need one. If I hadn't shown up the day after the festival, you would still run, right? But it doesn't work the other way around. I only managed to make it out a few times before the festival, and without you, I probably wouldn't have made it out at all after that. Amy smiles at me and prods my chest with one finger. You're pretty lazy, Hisao. Hey, I was giving you a compliment. Well, you're welcome, I guess. I'll pay you back somehow. That's not necessary, you know. I mean, I kinda like you, Hisao. And being able to run with you in the morning isn't exactly a bad deal for me either, so... For someone who gets so much praise, she seems unused to gratitude. I can't think of anything else to say, so we fall silence. I become aware of Amy's breathing, of the dampness of her clothing, and of the sense of her. Coming up of anyone else, it would stink. Coming up of Amy, it fits her in a way nothing else good. Her skin's cool, slick with sweat, and breeze causes a goosebump to rise. Almost without thinking about it, I lean down and meet Amy's mouth, which has already moved to meet my own. Her lips are soft, and she hums happily as we kiss, sending vibration from her mouth to mine. There's a starting rightness to everything about this moment. We fit one another perfectly. The kiss ends, and I finally let my arm drop back to my sides. Amy is smiling warmly at me and giggles again. Come on, Hisao, we better go see nurse. Then it happens. As she turns to begin walking, she gives out a tiny yelp and stumbles forwards. Amy? I leap to steady her and notice with some concern that she's favoring the same leg as last night. Your leg! Amy seems panicked and pushes away from me. It's fine. My expression must seem hurt, but because she hasn't to apologize. Sorry. Didn't mean to push you like that. I was just... She stumbles for something to say. It's nothing really. Hey, don't worry about it. She's so flustered, I decide to shock her the whole thing's off, but there's a cold feeling in the pit of my stomach now that won't go away. I try to step in and help her, but she pushed me away. Smiling, I shove those thoughts to the back of my mind and concentrate on Amy. I just don't want you getting hurt, that's all. You don't have to worry about me, honest. I'm fine. Guess you say that, but I don't believe you. I keep worrying that about you regardless, and not saying anything yesterday just make me feel guilty about it today. I should have at least asked. Would she have reacted the same way as last night? Guess I would never know now. I'm still trying to sort out what happened on the track as we arrive in front of the nurse's office. Amy raises her hand to knock, hesitates and turns to me smiling guiltily. Hey, can you do me a favor? Of course. Can you tell the nurse that I'll see him later? I just remember that I got some stuff to take care of before class. So I really need to get moving. I peer at her closely and she fidgets under my stare. Yeah, she clearly just avoiding the nurse. That lack of her. Well, whatever I say I'll help, so I will. But I'll make it dang sure she sees the nurse before the day's out. Yeah, okay, I'll let him know. Amy looks like I just giving her a pony on Christmas. Thank you so much. You're the best, Hisao. I'm rewarded for my complicity in her life by the kiss. That makes it all worth it, or so I tell myself. As Amy heads out of the building, trying hard not to let her limbs show, I knock on the door of the office. Hisao, come on in. I don't see Amy with you. She's not sick again, is she? From the tone of his voice, I don't think the nurse is expecting me to say yes, she ill. She said that she forgot to do something, so she had to skip out, but she'll see you later today. As the nurse hips her on separated the side. Honestly, that girl. She's been avoiding me. Yesterday she was in and out of here without even taking off her personality, and now this. Well, at least it's not just me. Amy doesn't want worrying. That's a comfort, I guess. Still, I feel like I should say something about her leg. I said I lie for her, but she really needs to see him. Now that you mention it, she was limping pretty badly today, and last night as well. The nurse's eyes narrowed at the word last night. And what exactly were you two doing last night? We were on a date. The nurse raises his eyebrows as he surprised. Really interesting. Huh? Oh, nothing. He turns thoughtful and then he gets at me. I actually use both your finger click on the mouse. Oops, my bad. You don't think you could use some of that boyfriend's charm to get her to come see me today, could you? Of course, I was planning on doing that anyway. I think she really hurt her and just pretending she isn't. Yes, she does that. Afraid I'll make her stop running. Do you? I don't like to, but it's bad enough that she's been limping well. I guess I have to see what's wrong for myself before I'll make that call. I see. Amy not allowed to run, first the thought. I don't know if she'll be able to function without running. No wonder she's reluctant to admit anything wrong. Well, I'll make sure she see you. Good, and before I forget, he grins at me again in what feels like a vaguely threatening manners. Don't forget that I know what medication you're on. You'll be careful around Amy, got it? Wow, he looks serious too. Got it. Don't hurt Amy. I wouldn't dream of it. Great. I hate for you to be late. Huh? Late as in the late Hisao Nakai. Nakai Hisao. Yeah, we don't want Nakai Hisao to be in the cemetery, you know. Underground. No, we don't want that. He frowns briefly dissatisfied. Sounded better in my head. Well, at any rate, get out here before you miss your first class. You got things to do, I'm sure. Shoo. As I leave, I noticed the nurse pulling out his phone and dialing numbers. Michael, your daughter is being a pain in the butt again. I better head back to my room, or really we will be late. Hey, wasn't he supposed to check my heart rate? The nurse definitely calling Amy's mom now. The lunch bell sound, and I bring myself out of the stupor I sleep into during the morning classes. But lack of sleep last night, coupled with the increased pace of this morning run, has left me a little exhausted. Despite that, I find myself skipping stairs up to the roof. There's the thrill of excitement now, in addition to the pleasures one gets from eating lunch with one's friends. True, both Amy and Rins are still my friend, but Amy has become more than that now. Rins is back in her usual spot on the roof, almost as if she never been absent. Feeling better, I take it? A raised eyebrow is my reward for speaking. Better than what? Better than you felt yesterday. You catch a call from Amy, remember? gives my question some serious thought. I'm not sure. I think I may have felt rather good for some of yesterday, but it's all fuzzy. Too much cold medicine? Well, I was asleep, and that usually is pretty good. But I can't remember what it feels like to be asleep because I'm not conscious for it. It's a real problem. Then again, I knew how good it felt. I might not sleep anymore. But this way I keep trying to, so I guess that's how I can keep from being overtired. An internal mystery to keep you sleeping at night? Maybe mystery is the wrong word. Intangibility might be a proper way to describe it. I see. No, I don't see all. I don't see at all. I have no idea what she's talking about, but that's okay since I really do. Do you remember what sleeping feels like? Like yesterday, do you remember what felt like sleeping yesterday? Well, I actually didn't get a lot of sleep yesterday. Maybe that's because you remember subconsciously. Actually, I think I was worrying about EMI. Doesn't EMI worry enough about herself? I hadn't considered that, but it gives me pause. True, but would she ask for help if she needed it? Rim frowns, and I raise an eyebrow. Will I get a proper answer? Probably not. Is there something she should be asking for help with? Her legs, for starters. This seems to catch Rin's interest. Legs? It's hurt, but she won't see the nurse about it. Rin shakes her head in disapproval. You have to make her. Like she makes me go to class for her own good. Otherwise, she could lose her leg again, and that's just too weird. Losing things twice. Especially if you don't find them again to begin with. Unless prosthetic are the same of finding something. But that's a different kind of loss, isn't it? I think so. I wonder what? I saw the shadow. Amy seems to have snuck up on Rin and me. Rin doesn't seem especially surprised, which is itself unsurprising, I suppose. Rin managed to see herself upright quite expertly, throwing her upper body forward and using her momentum to right herself. Your leg, how it feel? That earns me a frown and a bit of a glare. It's okay, I think. Not worth worrying about. Tell that to the nurse. He quite insistent that you visit him, you know. Amy pouts like I just told her she's been grounded. He worries too much. It's not a big deal, just a little soreness. I try to resist rolling my eyes in separation. If it's nothing, then you should have no problem seeing him, right? Amy narrows her eyes suspiciously. Did he put you up to this? Well, maybe a little, but that's not the point. I would have reminded you to see him anyway. It would be terrible to see you really hurt and not doing anything about it. That would make it worse, and I don't really want to see you hurt, you know. Call me crazy, but I kind of would prefer to see you happy and healthy. With each statement, Amy's frown face a little more, until eventually she grinning, albeit a little shyly. Well, if you're going to put it that way, then I guess I have to see him. Otherwise, you keep worrying, and then I'll never hear the end of it, right? That's right, I keep bugging you about it, and that might put a temper on our dates. How's the food, Hisao? Talk to the nurse, Amy. How was your day, Hisao? Talk to the nurse, Amy. Hisao, I think I'm ready to go all the way. Talk to the nurse, Amy. See, it doesn't work that well. Amy giggles at my high-pitched renditions of her own voice and gives me an affectionate shoves. My voice isn't that hard jerk. I thought it was pretty accurate. Her face though. Amy and I stare at Rina for a while before I burst into laughter. Amy crosses her arm and hubs, more offended. You're both jerks. Such vile calumnies from you, young woman. I'm stunned that you would call me of all people a jerk. Honestly, I don't know what to think. Amy sticks her tongue out at me. You butts. So Rin, how's the art club these days? Rin, seemingly as surprised by this sudden change of topic as I am, takes a minute to think before answering. I believe it's okay. Although Nomiya keeps telling me to work harder. But I don't think he's understand my methods. The big teachers, I still remembers. He always struck me as slightly creepy. Rin ponders this statement for a while. I never really noticed. But I don't pay much attention to him most days, so maybe that's why. How often do you meet? Thinking of joining his house? What? Nah, I already decided to join club. Really? Which one? Well, it's not really much of the club, to be honest. Oh, you just joined a tea club? No, I joined a science club, I think. Amy looks highly confused. We have a science club? Not really, just me. He's like, that's not a club, that's sitting in your room reading books. No, I mean just me and Muto. I'm just the only student so far. Muto, really? I thought strikes her. Oh, is that what you were talking about yesterday? Your meeting with Muto? Yeah, that was our first meeting, I guess. Amy giggles. Nerd. Hey, I can't help being clever. You know, I could have used your help years ago. You should have had your heart attack earlier in life, he said. I laugh and then realize this is probably one of the very rare times I laugh about my heart attack. Hindsight. Yeah, the ring of the bell ends our conversation. I guess we better go. Yeah, I guess so. Come on, ring, you too. It has apparently begun to doze off, so Amy gives her a sharp bump. I almost had it. Sorry, but you need to go to class. I disagree, but maybe if I nap in class, I'll get this time. Changing location is sometimes helpful for that kind of thing. Neither Amy and I bother asking what it is. As we arrive at my classroom, Amy gives a quick kiss and heads down the hallway in in tow. I turn to enter the classroom to be met by duo of Shizune and Misha. Long time no see, Shizune. Misha seems to be fighting a losing battle to keep her from breaking into a fit of giggles while she translates Shizune's latest rant. I'll be pleased and thrilled to see how well you managed to make new friends and forge relationship, and with such guilty too, Hichan. I think that last part was probably Misha. We nevertheless feel compelled to politely remind you that public displays of affection are strictly forbidden, really. That's disappointing, Shichan, by Section 8 of the Code of Conduct laid out in the student handbook. In this case, however, ignorance of the law may be your excuse, as we are feeling lenient. And the paperwork required to punish the both of you will only add to the already mountainous volume of work which confronts us, the source member of the student councils, and besides, you two are doable together. Therefore, consider this a formal warning, and please refrain from such display in the future, at least when Shizune can see you, Hichan. This whole spiel is so patently ridiculous that I can't help but reply in the same pompous manner, where I for one feel enlightened. I apologize profusely for my rash action and will strive to contain my baser impulses, which I fear impel me toward such inappropriate displays of public affection. It's hardly my wish to burden an already overworked student council with such petty matters, and will do my best to make your lives easier in this matter in the future, at least when Shizune is watching. This last line is delivered with a wink to Misha, who finally loses control of her laughter. Wahaha! Well says Hichan. Chuckling a little myself, we enter the classroom. Class is uneventful, and after the final bell rings, I find myself alone with Muto again. So it looks like we are all assembled for the second meeting of the science club. Or is it the first? What do you think? Should we count yesterday as a meeting? Well, we did form the club yesterday, didn't we? That seems like club business, so we can simply call yesterday the meeting. Muto smiles in his usual stilted and awkward way. I wonder if the muscles in his face are just not shaped correctly to let him smile naturally. You really do have a knack for this, I think. Logical thought processes like this. I guess so. A scientist speaks with authority, he said. The answer here is yes, I do. When the world wants to know how it works, we tell it, even if all we got is a distant hypothesis. We must sound certain anyways, because we are the authority on the subject, right? He chuckles to go along with his awkward smile at his awkward jokes. I'm doing my best not to grimace, but I don't think I'm being too successful. That's entirely false, of course. We know a lot, sure, but nobody is an expert on how the world works. If only because nobody can be sure, but we know certainly there are no experts. But we like to pretend sometimes. There's some things that we can be certain of, right? Yes, but no. We know gravity is there, for example. To illustrate, Muto picks up a pencil and drop it. See, it's still there, but it's good to check every once in a while. That's why you still see researchers mocking about with gravity. We're pretty sure we know how it works, but there's always a chance that something isn't how we think it is. So you check and check and check. That's science in a nutshell, he said. The whole time I listened, feeling rather spellbound. Mito seems to be really passionate about this stuff. I think it's hard to tell sometimes how the world works, how humans work, how the universe works. All these questions to be answers, and depending on what I go into, maybe I could even figure out a way to fix my heart. That said, I don't think that's real priority for me. Besides, as we start discussing the book he gave me yesterday, I find myself more and more interested in that than my heart condition. Before we even realize it, an hour's gone by. Well, let's call this a meeting over for now, okay? We have another meeting tomorrow and the day after. You consider this for a moment. Go the day after. I got a lot of grading to do. Okay, see you then. As I sit in the classroom, I realized that I don't really have anything to do tonight. I mean, I didn't make plans, so I guess I go to the library. If it's doing homework in my room anyway. The library always seems cooler than the rest of the building, probably to keep the book from getting damaged by excessive heat and humidity. Books are study objects. Books are study objects, but if you want to keep them in a good condition, it takes a little effort. I got several books that also were worn. The pages are barely clinging to the spine. It seems impossible for them to still be usable, but if you handle them with care. I made my way to the main desk where I spot Yuko busying herself with something or another. She smiles at me as I enter and waves. Hello, Hisao. Good to see you again. What are you looking for this time? Nothing in particular, I guess. I just didn't really feel like going back to my room, is all. Yuko nods. Well, if you're unoccupied, maybe you could help me look for something? Sure, what do you need? Yuko brings a finger to her lips and looks around furtively. She seems to be looking for eavesdroppers. Come closer. I take a few hesitant steps forward while feeling distinctly unnerved. Yuko lower her voice to a confidential whisper. I'm on the trail of the Yamaku cat burglars. The what? The wolves have ears, Hisao. Or they might. But listen, those missing books, remember them? Yeah. They weren't missing, they were stolen. I'm convinced of it. I remember you saying something of the sort earlier, but how do you know? Yuko leans in closer and impossible whisper even lower. Because I found one of his hiding place. You did what? Yuko looks triumphant. Found one of his stashes. It was under one of the stairwells in the boys' dorm. 3 books I've been looking for all there. I suspected a thief before, but this proves it. So did you take back the books? Yuko looks as if I just suggested she walk around naked. Are you nuts? He can know I'm onto him. He might go to ground and evade captures. So what do you need my help with then? Yuko casts another glance around the library and leans in closer. You got to spy for me. Spy? Yeah, like when you're in the dorm, you know. Keep an eye out for suspicious activities. What constitutes suspicious anyway? I mean, Kenshi is a pretty suspicious dude, but our Victor, he barely goes to class, much less sneaks into a library to peel for books. Still, what's the harm in saying yes? At the least, it'll get me out of this weird conversation. Yeah, I can do that, no problem. Yuka straightened up and clasped excitedly. Great. Now hurry up and talk about something else in case someone comes in. How's the school treating you? Pretty well, actually. I've been running in the morning with Ibarazaki EMI, right? Ibarazaki EMI, right? Yeah. How do you know? I saw you two in the tea house, remember? I deduce that if you're going to run with anyone, it would probably be her. She looks pleased with herself. Impressive. Anyway, yes, we've been running in the morning, and we kinda started dating. Yuka clasped her hand together excitedly. Really? That's great. I bet you two are great together. I love seeing people find one another like that, you know. I even thought to myself when you walked right into Shanghai that one time, I wonder if that kid will wind up with one of these girls. Really? Yuko doesn't seem to notice my somewhat witty out tone and nods affirmatively. Yep, I could tell that you wind up with one of them, you know. I got an eye for that sort of thing. Of course. Her expression droops slightly. I'm not so good in myself. I'm sure that's not true. Oh, that's true. I met this guy once. We got along really great, but it turns out he was younger than me. And that was kind of weird, but not terribly so. what was really weird was that he disappeared one day and I'm not seen him since then. Huh, that does seem kind of odd, doesn't it? I hope it wasn't something I did. I feel compelled to reassure her. I'm sure it wasn't. I intend to try to calm her down further, but both of us jumped in surprise at the ringing suddenly coming from my pocket. Yuka sized to steady herself as I pulled the phone from my pocket. I feel a little sheepish for indirectly causing the incident. Amy, what's up? Oh, thank God I haven't called your phone before, so I didn't know if this number would work or whether you would pick up and I can't. Whoa there, Amy, slow down. What's wrong? There's a pause on the other side of the line, during which I can hear Amy trying to control her breathing in order to calm down. Something got her terribly agitated, and it's starting to agitate me. Can you stop by? Like now, or shortly after now? I really need to talk to you. There's a tone bleeding in the last sentence that I don't think I ever heard from her. Of course, I'll be right there. Hold steady, okay? In my increasingly agitated state, I apparently started saying things that I don't quite make sense. Okay, I'll be okay. See you soon. I pressed the button to end the call before slipping the phone back into my pocket. Apologized to Yuka for running off and run off. Perhaps at some point, I would have stopped to think about the time or how suspicious it looks for a guy to enter the girl's dorm at this hour. Except right now, I'm just concerned with getting into Amy and finding out what's wrong and how I can help her. I knock on the door and I'm greeting with a subdued come in. Something is very wrong as I stare at something before me. Amy is there, yes, but she's in a wheelchair and her legs are missing. I glance around the room and I see them sitting in the corner looking like they've been thrown there. Amy responds to my actions with a lopsided grin that is both pleased to see me and completely, utterly heartbroken. Hey, Hisao. It looks like she's been crying, but if she was, she stopped now. I noticed that I'm a little out of breath, having taken a stair or two at a time in order to get here. My heart doesn't seem to mind the strain though. I find this happy fact away for later consideration. Like when I'm not staring somewhat dumbstruck at my girlfriend in a wheelchair. Realizing I still not responded to her greeting, my brain lurches into gear. Amy, what happened? Yes, I should have listened to you, Hisao. My legs got a nasty infection. I'm not allowed to run on it for at least a couple of weeks. She keeps a bitter laugh that shouldn't be coming from her. I can't even walk on it. I could have used a crutch and keep one of my legs, but I didn't see the point. Why hop? You can't run on one leg. At least this way I can still, I don't know, roll fast or something. Yeah, that's good, right? Our attempt to look on the bright side seems appreciated, but not really effective. Amy strikes again. It's just kind of a nuisance. I mean, we can't even eat up on the roof now, no wheelchair access. Yeah, but that's not a big deal, right? I mean, we can still eat together, and that's the important thing. That lopsided grin again. It hurts to look at. I suppose so, yeah. But like I said, it's a nuisance. I mean, I haven't really used a wheelchair in. She thinks for a minute. Maybe 7 years, something like that anyway. For a long time. I'm afraid I'm a bit out of practice. Well, fortunately, it's only temporary, right? I mean, not. Oh yeah, of course. It's not like I'm lost them permanently. But it's a pain in the butt all the time. I'm not sympathetically. There's not much else I can do after all. What am I going to do? Say I told you so? Although I did tell her to get that leg look at. But by the time I noticed it was too late anyway. You need help with anything? That is, can I help with anything? Amy shakes her head and there's a bit of her usual grins back. Now I can manage fine by myself. Although if you want to help me over to my bed, it would save me a trouble rolling over there by myself. I blush in spite of myself. Amy giggles. You're such a brute, Hisao. I'm not a brute. I just wouldn't want to take advantage of a young woman such as yourself. It's ungentlemanly. I wheel Amy chase to her bed and easily scoop her up and deposit her there. She quickly sorts herself out and sits on the side. She's actually a little heavier than she looks. It would be rude of me to observe this aloud, of course. Man, you're kind of heavy. And I got smacked. Amy hits me with a pillow. But just saying is all. Must be all that running. At the mention of running, Amy grins further slightly. Well, I guess I won't have to worry about that for a bit, huh? Maybe I'll lose some weight. That's what you do to lose weight, right? Cease physical activity. I'm pretty sure that's what the nurse would recommend. Speaking of which, are you going to still be showing up in the morning? I hate to run along. Oh crap. Amy's sudden interjection, more disquieted, muttering than anything to profane, causing me to look over in shock. She leaning forward, trying to cover the fact that she's crying by covering her eyes with her hand. Of course, the subdued sobbing makes it pretty obvious that she's crying. Hey, I'm sorry. Forget I say anything, okay? I place a hand gingerly around her and pull her close. I can't think of nothing else to say and do. How do you comfort someone who just lost their leg again? Amy wraps me in the hug and stays that way for a while. Sorry, I'm pretty bad at this whole comforting things, I guess. Don't say that. I'm fine, really. Her voice is slightly muffled by my chest. I pat her reassuringly. That's the spirit, right? You get through this fine. I know it. Besides, I'm here to help you. Remember? Amy lifts her head and stares at me with tear-stained eyes. Can you really? She grinning lopsidedly, and something sparkles in her gaze. I can't tell if I'm being mocked or not. Of course, I mean sure, you'll be happy. Oh, okay. So I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry for telling you, saying you're heavy. My witty comment is cut off by the sudden pressure of Amy's lips on mine. I'm caught off guard and I'm rewarded by hitting my head on the wall behind her bed. Ow. Amy pulls back, trying to look concerned rather than like she's about to laugh. Are you okay? Sorry. I rub my head ruefully and grin back at her. Caught me off guard there. Is that going to become a habit? Am I going to be lectured by Seasonet and Mr. Moho? At the mention of the door, Amy giggles. Honestly, those two. If I didn't know why, I'd be utterly confused as to why she hang out around with someone so bossy. Which one are we talking about? You know exactly which one he's Mr. Hardly bossy. So what's the reason then? Huh? The reason why Mr. hang around with Seasonet? Ooh, good question though. Amy weighs my question off with a smile. No idea. I see. Anyway, you seem to be forgetting the original question, don't you? Oh yeah, I guess I am. You wouldn't mind giving a guy a little warning, would you? Otherwise, I'm liable to wind up with a concussion. I emphasize the point by rubbing at the back of my head. Amy giggles madly. You could wear a helmet. Some kids here do, you know. Or I could just take revenge. I grab a pillow from beside me and whack Amy over the head. And she lies down on her bed with her teddy bear. Amy topples off her bed and lands on the floor with the top. Okay, so she fell down the floor, not on the bed. Her arms promptly reappear on the bed and she managed to pull herself back up. She really had a surprising amount of strength in that little body. Her face is turned downwards and away from mine, making me think that I might have accidentally hurt her. Amy, you okay? You didn't hit your... her hand shoots up and grabs my collar. She puts me in with a sharp tucks her face now barely an inch away from me and she grins cheekily. Amy? Did she headbutt me? She gives me a sharp headbutt. Our foreheads are making quite a loud thud. Amy, chill, okay, chill. Esteban rubs my now sore head as Amy smirks victoriously. How's that for revenge? No fair. You can't take revenge for revenge. For someone missing most of her leg, Amy's surprisingly agile. I smile at her, but she definitely rolls out of the way and lands hit with her pillow. Of course, the odds are against her. I can't stay up for starters. Oof. That's a grilled shrimp. That's a good char. The sunlight breaks through my windows shortly before my alarms ruins the morning silence. I feel sore. The events of the previous evening suddenly intrude upon my consciousness, and I find myself blushing. That was an eventful evening, and it explains perfectly the soreness in my lower back. The walk back, as I recall, had been rather tense. Fortunately for me, the only person I ran into on my way back was Kenchi, and he didn't notice a thing. Well, apart from my being in the general vicinity, of course, he asked how the night went and whether I learned anything of importance. I don't even know if I opened my mouth to answer. I was too tired to care. And this morning, I admit that I'm feeling pretty worn out. Still, Amy had promised to meet me at the track, and I hate her to disappoint. She is in dinner waiting for me when I arrive. But this time she is on her wheelchair. She don't run with his sound. Well, glad you're back on the track, but still fine if you're on a wheelchair. You're just checking me out. Doing her best to look cheery, despite the fact that she's singing in the wheelchair. I waved to her and began stretching. You're early. Amy frowns and shakes her head. Ridiculous. You're late. Overslept, he sound. Or took her out. Well, at least she seems more like her old self. And as expected, she doesn't seem that shy about mentioning our previous activity. Hey, you're lucky I could show up at all. Or that cardiovascular activity last night. I nearly thought I had to see the nurse afterward. Amy laughs out loud. Then her face suddenly becomes concerned. Hey, that's not I mean, you're not. Go on, speak it out. It's just that it would be hard to explain if you had an episode where we are... Okay, oh. Now that she mentioned it, it really is a legitimate concern. I certainly hadn't thought of it last night. Of course, other more pressing concerns had been at hand. But I don't think anything we do is going to be any more upstream than these morning runs, and I handled those fine, so... Amy considered this point. A devious light appears in her eyes. Say, the light vanishes and Amy grins ruefully at me. I can't help but feel vaguely suspicious. I seem to have forgotten a pair of gloves. What do you need gloves for? Amy indicates the chairs upon which she is seated. For this, of course. Sure, regular moving around is all well and good without them, but I want to be able to get a good workout. And to get that kind of speed, you gotta have gloves if you don't want blisters. So what, are you wussing out on me then? Do I have to go all alone? Amy thinks for a minute, or pretend to think. If I remember right, there's a spare pair or two in the truck's shed. So she does seriously want to do it then. But in her normal school uniform, I have expected her to wear her gym outfit for something like this. Wait, what are they doing here? What are they doing there? Amy looks askance at me. Seriously, you can think of a wide shed full of truck supplies at the school for the disabled would have racing clubs. Well, when she put it that way, I suppose that makes perfect sense. Hey, I'm still getting used to this place. Give me a break, I guess I can let it slide this time. Now come on, I need your help. I can't imagine what for, but then again, I didn't have clue why racing clubs would be in the shed, so I'm not willing to press such issue. Amy navigates her way to the shed easily enough, though I can hear her grumbling under her breath. It's actually kinda cute. I hurry a little to reach the door first. Opening it will be easier for me than for her. The door opens and Amy starts to wheel inside, only to come to a sudden halt at the doorway. It seems the door sill is slightly too high for her to get over by herself. She makes a few runs at it unsuccessfully before crossing her eyes and glaring at the offending object. Stupid wheelchair. Can you give me a hand there? Sure, no problem. It's a simple enough matter for me to bump Amy over the doorway, jostling her slightly. Hey, easy there. Oops, sorry. It's about this time that I fail to notice where I'm going and run Amy's chair into a mat. She gives a startled yap and topples forward out of her chair. There's a moment of silence as I gaze in horror upon what I've done, and Amy glares at me. Hisao, yes? Promise me you'll never work at the hospital. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Amy giggles and holds up her hand, which kindly helped me back into my chair, Hisao. As I bend down to pick up Amy, she grins in triumph and puts me into a kiss that quickly has us both entirely unconcerned about getting her back into a chair. In fact, as I move to a more comfortable position, I confess that the chair is pushed out the door, which is startled by the passage swing shut. And we get to see the grill shrimp again. Also, like, yeah, that looks like a human heart. The grill shrimp look like a human heart. Knock knock, who's there? That's not how the joke goes at all. Okay, what's going on? I already said who's there. More importantly, what time is it? Even more importantly, what day? and suddenly catapulted into wakefulness by both the fact that the knocking still hasn't stopped and the fact that it's noon on a school day. Now fully awake, I can remember why I was napping. Better than not give that excuse to Muto. I wonder how long this knocking is going to continue, because I ought to answer the door. I'm extremely unsurprised to see Kenshi on the other side, though it appears that Kenshi is surprised to see me. What the heck are you doing here, man? Well, I was sleeping. Kenshi not in understanding. Knockout, I see. I told you to be careful around that Ibarazaki chick, man. This is the sort of thing that happens when you aren't cautious. He makes an attempt to look at the back of my head. Did she hit you with something? Or was it a drug? Stop trying to touch me. Kenshi produced a flashlight and shine it in my eyes. You got a concussion? I was knocked out. Maybe you just don't remember. This conversation isn't going anywhere. No, I just had a tiring morning and fell asleep. Whatever, man. If you want to be in denial about this, I guess I can't stop you. But you gotta watch out for that girl, man. She's not safe. What? She's not safe to be around. She's one of the most sinister agents. If you're not careful, there's no telling what could happen. She brought down a stronger man than you know. What the heck are you talking about? She's not an agent for anything, and she didn't knock me out, okay? I also highly doubt that she brought down anyone at all. Kenshi looks so almost offended. I have no idea why. You don't believe me? That's cold, man. Real cold. I'm just trying to look out for you. That's what friends do, you know. We're friends? I have no idea. Then again, I wonder if Kenshi knows what being a friend even entails. I feel something like pity for him, sitting there before me. Maybe he does think he's looking out for me. I know. I'm sorry about that. Thanks for warning. I hold out my hand as if I sign a peace. Kenshi shakes it gingerly like my hand could possibly be on fire. There's an awkward silence for a few seconds before Kenshi remembers that she's still shaking my hand. Anyway, I need a favor. What kind of favor? I'm out of money. No, you aren't. You got money kept in your desk drawer under the black notebook for emergency. Did you ransack my room? That's not important. I don't need money anyway. Yeah, those are very serious tone. But Undertaker are major orbs. It'll blow the whole conspiracy wide open if I'm right. But it's dangerous, so I need you to do something for me in case I don't come back. Sure, man, anything. What the heck is he planning on doing? What the heck is he planning on doing? Should I be telling someone about this? I go missing in 3 days and then mail my journal off to newspapers. It's hidden in my room under the phone's bottom in one of my desk drawers. How do I get into your room? I don't have a key. Kenshi looks at me like I'm crazy, so pick the lock. You know how to do that, right? It's an important skill to learn at a young age. Yeah, of course I know how. I'll be sure to do that for you if you go missing. I don't think I want to read Kenshi's journal. Either way, Kenshi seems pretty happy that I agreed to do this thing for him. Great, man, great. I'll see you around. I got stuff to do. And he's gone, dashing down the hallway. It made it seem so final. I hope I don't have to carry out his final wishes. Shaking my head, I close my door and walk back to my bed. I guess I should go to class, if only to catch the last hour of the day. But I come this far without going to class today. And I did want to read more of that Hawking book Moto lent me. I'm sure he'll understand. And this time the noise jerks my attention away from my book. An experience not unlike being woken up. Who's there? Me, aren't you glad? The voice is muffled through the door, but unmistakably Amy's. I hop up and open the door, smiling broadly. Hey, nice to see you again. Amy grins back, staring up at me from her wheelchair. Yeah, you would have seen me earlier, but the dang elevator wasn't working. Had to wait for them to fix it. You'd think they could keep it in better order, but no. I chuckle a bit at her vexed expression and invite her in. She wheels in easily, and with my help, she hops onto my bed. They're much more comfortable than that stupid chair. A sigh of contentment hang in the chair, and for a minute we both just stare at one another. It's at that point that I noticed the sucker under Amy's eyes. They're not that dark, but they definitely weren't there before. Before I can ask about them, Amy fixes me with a mischievous stare. So I couldn't help it but notice you weren't at lunch today. In fact, I don't think I saw you at all. What happened? Fell asleep. I actually didn't wake up until lunch, and only then because Kenshi woke me up. Why are you so tired? The strenuous work out this morning, slightly uncomfortable though. Slightly uncomfortable too. Amy coughs a half laughing, half embarrassed noise. Remind me not to do that again. No problem, it wasn't exactly great there for me either, to be honest. We just avoid that from now on. Are you still sore? Amy stares at me in disbelief. What is a legitimate question? Or the question I never thought I'd be asked, that's one of them. I didn't ever expect to have to ask it, so even. Amy laughs at this. I guess so, her. Well, since you asked, yes, I'm still a little sore. We're never doing that again. No argument from here. You escape her and I erase an eyebrow. Tired? Not sleepingly. Not sleepingly. Haven't slept well. Not sleeping well? I can tell that she didn't mean to tell me this either because she keeps a little start that she just been caught lying and has nothing to add. It's not a big deal though. What's the trouble? Amy shrugs and refuses to elaborate. Stress over exams? Another shrug, but after a pause, Amy nods hesitantly. Yeah, I guess. Actually, that's why I stopped by. She begins to look more and more miserable. Not so you notice, of course, but her eyes are on her laps. She fidgeting and her voice is quiet. We need to stop hanging out so much. Why? Amy takes a deep breath like she's been practicing this. Because you're too much fun to be around. I can't concentrate when you're near me. With exam coming up soon, I just can't have that distraction. Otherwise, my grades will be pretty lousy, I'm afraid. I could help you study. She smiles at me, clearly unhappy with the situation. I know you could, but we wouldn't actually study, would we? Even now, I'm trying to have a conversation with you, but I just want to, not converse. Overwhelmed by my rock manliness, I understand. That earns me a grin at least. Amy shakes her head. Idiots, you're full of yourself. Well, I'm pretty irresistible. More or less, I guess. So that's the situation, Hisao. I have too much fun around you, and if I'm going to go into exams prepare, I need to be alone. Hey, that's okay. It really seems to have been bothering her. Besides, it's only a couple of weeks, and we still see each other in the morning and at lunch. We can just hang out at school, no problem. And after exam, we go on a date, celebrate their being over, okay? Amy grins pleased by this proposal. Yeah, sure, that sounds great. As if to signal the end of the conversation, she leans in and kisses me. The rest of the night is not spent worrying about exams. Oh. So we are having a small dialogue box and then it pops up and leave it and then disappear and then the whole big text appears and then the background or becoming black and white. That's how easily Amy and I can keep from seeing one another after class now. Actually, I venture to say that it's vaguely disturbing. As easily as we come together, we seem to have split apart without much troubles. Well, I guess that's not exactly true. We both been pretty bummed after that last night together, and we get to see each other every morning for our runs, and just for our runs, I might add. Lunch too. I especially enjoyed lunchtime with her. We had plenty of time to talk about everything outside school, whereas the morning runs have become increasingly business-like. I think it's because Amy wants to make up for our foolery in the storage shed. But no matter how much we joke at lunch, I can't help feeling a little worried about her. She's distracted more often, and I call her fidgeting nervously more than once. Never figure her to be someone who care that deeply about exam, but they certainly seem to be taking their toll. Even though they haven't even started. This is just a run-up, the deep breath before the plunge. Tomorrow the real trial begin, or the real exam anyway. As for me, I actually don't feel that worried about exam at all. I'm not sure why. I mean, they're pretty important. My scores here will determine my odds of getting into a good university. If I'm to come failure now, it could spell doom for my academic career. But going into them, I feel confident that I'll come out the other side okay. But the things I got the science examination locked up at any rate, or as he says, the last thing that should give you trouble is my exam. His out is way beneath your talent. Then again, it's Muto who told me this. His praise on me carries the implication that anything less than perfect from me would be a disappointment, which has already causes me caused me to fret more than I should about the exam. It's for that reason that I find myself in the library after class, poring over the textbook. Pretty simple thing to look over, some formulas of velocity, a few bits about friction. A walk in the park compared to my dreaded English exam never was good with language. As I flip through my notes one more time, my mind begins to wander. After this exam over, things should get easier. Soon we will be graduated. Then off to college, hopefully. I remember my abortive attempt to find out what Amy plans to do after high school. She avoided the subject pretty deftly, as I recall. Heck, it seems that just about every time I push too hard, she danced around the subject, or distracted me thought, or distract me through other means. Distract me through other means. Like a few days ago at lunch, when Rince wasn't around, I done it. I started from my reverie by Yuko's triumphant shouts, and yeah, I know the background art is no longer black and white anymore. It has colorizing. Yuko seems mortified at my son starting. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, I just got and I really wasn't it's just that as she stuttered, I moved too quickly to calm her down before she get too agitated. Well, hey, what seems ineffective. Yuko continues to work herself into a complete frenzy. And it's a library and I shouldn't be easy there, just calm down. And really, I'm setting a bad example and now I get fired because I can't do anything right. Yuko! Don't cry! Something seems to work. I draw the ire of several other students studying in the library. Yuko snaps to attention like a Shoujo who just heard the captain bark on the orders. Sorry. Calm down, it's okay. You just startled me a little and that's only because I was daydreaming instead of studying. So really, you got me back on task. Now, this is a complete lie, but it seems to work. Yuko takes a deep breath and seems to calm down a little, though she keeps shipping around with a nervous energy that seems awfully familiar. So what got you so excited anyway? The Yamaku cat burglars. To her credit, Yuko managed to convey her intense excitement in a whisper. I think I know who it is. I got anonymous tips as to their identity, so I did some spying and I think the tipster was right. Oh really? And who was these burglars? Yuko shut her mouth, shaking her head decisively. No, I can't tell you that. Why not? It's between me and the burglars. I can't risk you warning him that I'm on to his game. He could tip his hand early and blow town. Then I'm left with no perps. When did Yuko start talking like a hard-boiled detective? I wouldn't warn them, why would I care? If you got to ask that question, then you don't need to know. That doesn't make any sense, but okay. Congratulations, I guess. Thanks. What for? The cat burglar thing? Yuko nods and smiles appreciatively. So, studying for exam? Well, that was a plan. I'm not having much luck though. Really? Is it because you can't find a book? I'm really sorry. I've been meaning to clean the shelves up there for weeks now, but I keep getting too distracted. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh wait. It's not that. I got my book right here. To illustrate that point and hopefully calm Yuko down, show her the textbook in front of me. My mind just keeps wondering is all. Is it because of the noise in here? I'm trying to be more stricter about the noise level, but I can't bring myself to yell at people. I mean, aren't their lives not hard enough without me throwing my authority around? No, it's not the noise level either, I promise. I'm just... heck, I don't know. Worry about Amy. Worry about us. Worry about what happened after we graduate. Amy's been kind of weird lately. What do you mean? You know how we dating now? And I just don't know that we are actually, a couple. Or at least I don't know that we are beyond friends. True friends normally don't do the sorts of things we do. Physically, we are couples. Coupling at least. It's like every time I try to find out more about her or about what she wants to do with her life, she dodges the question. Like the other day, I was talking to her at lunch about some school I've been looking into. And I asked her, have you looked into any school lately? She shrugs it in response, saying no. And when I ask why not, she says that she doesn't think that far ahead. I asked why she had that policy, and I suddenly realized what I'm about to start describing, and wisely decided to climb up. She what? She changed the subject. We didn't talk about it. Maybe it's an uncomfortable subject for her. or she just doesn't think it needs explaining. Yeah, but it's not just that. Every time I try to find out what's been bothering her, she changes that subject too. It's like she likes being with me, but not getting close to me. That I say out loud, I feel worse. You can digest this a bit of information. You know, it seems to me that you're more serious about this than she is. I can almost feel my stomach twisted into the knot. She's right. That's exactly what it seems like. But is that really what's going on? I mean, yeah, sorry, I just talking nonsense. You shouldn't take my advice. You barely know me. I'm just a librarian, and I'm single, so you can imagine I can't know what I'm talking about. No, I think you have a point. Oh, don't cry. Don't worry, Yuko. You're gonna find somebody. Somebody will accept you. As much as it hurts her to even consider it, Yuko seems to try desperately to find a way to soften the blow somewhat. Look, I'm probably wrong, but if you want to be sure of how obviously wrong I am, maybe you should talk to her. Get some time alone and just ask about it. And don't let her change the subject either. Yeah, maybe I should do that. Or maybe I should just enjoy what I have. We have fun hanging around. We have fun hanging out after all. And the runs are nice, and the other activities are nice, and talking to her is nice. Do I really need to get closer to her? What I got her right now is pretty good, but that's silly. I want to get closer to her. I want to be able to help her out with whatever is bothering her. But maybe I should wait until after exam are over. Maybe she'll brighten up once the shock has passed. If she does, then I don't need to worry about it anymore. But if she doesn't, well, I cross that bridge when I come to it. I think you go for her advice and head back to my room. Maybe I'll be able to concentrate more on my studies in there. Yeah, focus on your study, alright? I'm not gonna lie, I'm very worried because like there's a lot of English exams in Vietnam that is currently very tricky, and I feel bad for Chiang Alpha's students right now. I leave the room after finishing my final exams and breathed a sigh of relief. As I hope, the exams weren't so bad. I managed to breeze through just about everything but the English final. I just mentioned about English exams. Even that was acceptable. I wonder how Amy did. Even more so how she was doing. She looked terrible at lunch today. I mean, she was pretty happy to be out of her wheelchair, but she was so exhausted. Something's been wearing her down, and I'm starting to really doubt that it was just the exam. Should I confront her about this though? Musing is interrupted by the tap on the shoulders. Hey Sao, got a minute? Sure, why not? Because I already no, I have other things to worry about already, so I suppose I can spare a few minutes. Yeah, I got some time, nowhere important to be or anything like that. But raises her eyebrows as if questioning my statement, then beckons me back into the classroom. I wanted to get some feedback from you. Yeah, good. I know that this course wasn't quite up to your level. Don't worry about it, the science club's activity more than make up for it. Did they? Well, in fact, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Do you think that was a worthwhile activity just for my own reference? Well, yeah, it was a great way to go further than we did in class. It was definitely worthwhile. Mito seems delighted by my response. That's great, exactly the sort of thing I was hoping for. You know, I'm glad you came here. It's always good to have a student who really gets into the subject you teach. In a way, it makes dealing with the rest of the students more tolerable. You're a bright kid too. You took her to this stuff like a duck to water or some other such similar. Thanks. You were a great help, especially with that college stuff. There's one more thing, Hisao. A bit of advice from one scientist to another. What's that? What does scientist do? Observe the world around him? Exactly, good. A simple question, but one that most people can't seem to answer. That's the essence of the scientist, Hisao. You observe what's there and try to figure it out. But what if there's something you can't figure it out? What does a scientist learn to do if he can't observe something? How, for example, can we talk about fog when nobody has ever actually seen one, or black hole when observing them directly is impossible? But scientific equipment is pretty advanced. Mutter irritably wastes away my response. No, that's not it at all. Those are tools. I'm trying to give you a philosophy. Think, if you can't observe something directly, then how can you observe it? Guess? How? How would you guess the movement of the clock? What is your guess based on? Of course, as I thought a bit earlier, the thing is effects. Mutter claps his hands together excitedly and whoops. Yes, exactly good. Remember that, Hisao. If you can't examine something directly, it's because you're looking at it wrong. You have to look at it differently if you want to uncover the truth. And if it eludes you, then look at what it leaves behind. That's a sense of being a scientist. We never stop looking for the answers, never take anything for granted. Observe, experiment, and observe some more. There's a lot of stuff out there that makes no sense, Hisao. Your job is to get it to make sense. If nothing else, I hope you've learned that here. I think I can remember that. Mutter smiles satisfied. Good, now enjoy your time off. You earned it. I left the room feeling a little confused. What brought that on? Although, am I going about this thing with Amy the wrong way? If she won't tell me, then can I go about it some other way? The question keeps spinning in my head even after I make my way back to my room. Wait, if she gets angry about it, besides what if it's nothing? If I go in and refuse to leave until she's telling me what's wrong or something, would that come off as clinky? I don't want to start a fight or anything over something like this. Maybe I should drop the matter and see how she is tomorrow before I do anything. Would it be so bad to just let it go? It's not like we don't enjoy each other's company, but as it sounds, I really want to help her. I don't even know what with or what if or if there anything at all she needs help for, but I want to. Suddenly, a knock at my door rises me. Oh god. I seriously really want to skip Kenji's section, alright? He's annoying. Now I open it to see Kenji. Oh, it's you. It's me, that's it. If you have any idea what I've been through, what I've done, you'll be happier to see me, dude. I mean, that was some epic. You may never see me again. And here you're acting like I went down to the store for some milk. You're a cold man. I really respect that. Thanks, I guess. It's smart to play safe, you know. Don't show any emotion. Keep your cards closer to your chest. Unless it's time to show your cards or you have bad cards, then you should fold and collect your winnings. Do you understand? Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I take it the mission went well. Whoa, awfully nosy of you, isn't it? You can just go saying things like that. Things are at a delicate stage. One wrong move and bam, the invasion succeeds. I thought you were going to blow the conspiracy wild one. It's bigger than I thought. I need to update my chart and probably change some of the puppets around. You wanna help? I got some whiskey from somewhere. You can fill me in on everything your investigation has turned up. Ben and I'm supposed to meet her today. Gotta go do that. Can't raise suspicions. Can she not in approval? Still keeping it close to the chest, huh? Okay, man, I respect that. Good luck. Thanks. I'm just going to plan, for the sake of my own sanity, that he wishing me luck in talking to Amy. And if I squint, the whole chord analogy he was talking about works here. Time to lay it all on the table, or see if I can get Amy to do so rather. With a sense of something approaching purpose, I head for Amy's room. I hop up the stairs leading to her room and knock on the door. Who's there? That's odd. Her voice sounds a little joke. Hey, it's me. I thought I stopped by. Hisao, come on in. I reach down to open the door, only to find that it's locked. More and more curious. Your door locked. Oh yeah, sorry, give me a minute. In a few minutes, Amy opens the door grinning. Sorry, I had to put my legs on. I was napping. Despite her grin, there's something definitely off. Amy's eyes are slightly red, and it looks like she's been crying. Hey, no problem. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. It's just that you look like you've been crying. Oh yeah, he's you're off to a great start on this one. What? Nah, I'm fine. I'm just happy to see you. She punctuated this with a long kiss that continues as the door slams shut behind us. I know what she wants to do now, and I'm also painfully aware of how badly I want to do it too, but I break the kiss with a range of self-control that nearly ends me. Hey, wait! Amy's eyes crinkle in confusion. Wait for what? We need to talk. Isn't that supposed to be my line? And never good things to say? She got a point. It's usually the lead in to a breakup or the prelude to the fight. Maybe it can be a good thing this time. That's the hope anyway. Uh-huh. Can we at least get into the bed? Get onto the bed. It's my first day back on these things and I'm still adjusting. Plus the nurse said I should try to be on them less often since running puts such a strain on them. Can't argue with that. It's a trap and we both know it and we both don't care. Then again, it's awfully hard to get angry while in bed with the object of your affection, so maybe there's that motivation too. I set Emmy's legs by the bedside and sit down next to her, throwing an arm around her shoulders. In silence, we just enjoy being able to be in this position again for a few minutes. Then of course I need to ruin it by opening my mouth. Look, I know that you've been having kind of the rough time a bit lately. I want to help you out. I thought it was just the same thing to you, but now I come to your room and you've been crying, then that ends me. But I can't do anything if you won't talk to me about it. I told you I'm fine. No, you aren't. It's obvious something eating at you. You can't tell me, you know. And there's a slightest increased intensity in Amy's voice. Why is my saying I'm fine not good enough? You're concerned, I get that, that's cool. But I'm fine, it's nothing that you need to worry about. Not sleeping and spacing out more than rain doesn't strike me as being fine. I just want to help. Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't like seeing you like this. I want you to be happy, you know. I get the feeling that came out wrong, but because Amy fixes me with on the icy stairs. So you want to fix me, Sal? She's definitely getting angry now. Want to swoop in on your white charger and save the day? Stop the nightmares, the phantom limb pains. Restore what lost. Her voice catches in her throat and the tears start to flow. Well, you can't. Nobody can. Nobody will. I'm so stunned by her sudden verbal assault that I remain quiet. Neither of us saying anything for a while. I'm surprised that Amy tightened her grips on me rather than pushing me away. After a deep breath, she started talking again. Look, I'm sorry. There's these nightmares about the accident. The accident, I should have known. It took her leg at all, but it never comes up, of course. I usually deal with them fine because I can run. Running clears my head like nothing else. I don't have to worry about anything while I'm running. I just concentrate on breathing, on the rhythm of things. It's easier that way, life easier that way. Just keep moving forward, you know. Nothing else matters, just getting around the next curves. And then it's the next curve and the next and the next. Until I can't go anymore and think anymore or do anything but slow down and walk until I catch my breath again. After something like that, nothing else matters. But I've been stuck in that goddamn wheelchair for too long, so no outlet. It's just kind of boiling over a little. You could have talked to me about it, you know. You didn't have to go it alone. Amy smiled slightly, like she's trying to explain like to a child that all fire burns. Yeah, I did and I do. But why? Why do you have to keep going through this alone? Why can't you just trust me enough to let me help you? That smile again. That painful smile. Amy leans in and kisses me on my cheek and on almost motherly gestures. She lifts her mouth closer to my ear and she confesses this one thing to me. Because he's out, I already had everything I knew ripped away from me once. I don't know what I'd do if it happened again. She pauses as if uncertain as to whether or not she should continue. I can feel a violence churning in my guts. She continues. So I can't rely on you, or the nurse, or anyone else. Just me. That's how it got to be. Having delivered this short speech, she looks down and covers her mouth with the back of her hand. The conversation is clear over. I search for something to say, but I can't think of anything. Maybe I should go for now. I got stuff. Maybe doesn't even look up. She sounds tired or relieved. I can't tell which. Okay, he's out. Go take care of that stuff. I'll see you tomorrow. I get out the bed and head down for the door, pausing at the doorway. Hey, Amy. Yeah? A thousand things I want to say, too mixed up to say anything of them though. After her admitting that she never let me close, I feel like my words just been ripped out from me. What happened in that accident? I know she lost her leg, but that never seemed to bother her. What happened there? What scared her so badly that she would accept help even from someone she loves? I don't know, but I want to know. I want to know that so badly that being denied that answer feels like a knife in my guts. Isao, you were saying? I'm still standing in the doorway. Nothing. Never mind. and I'm closing the door and walking down the hallway, down the stairs, out the door, into the dark. Somehow I wanted back to my own room. My brains are doing about a minute, going nowhere fast. I can't figure out how to deal with this. I thought that moving forward was a good thing. Dwelling less on the past that I can't change, living on the present and looking at the futures. After these things with Emmy, I'm not sure anymore. She was saying the truth. It's simpler to look at the next curve, ignoring the path gone by. Don't worry about the opponents left behind. No cares just for the spectator on the sidelines. And unfortunately, no time to watch out for lacking teammates either. I throw myself down on the bed, looking at one corner of my ceiling as if the answer I wanted were written there. No such luck, of course. She's literally running away from something, but have I not been doing the same thing? Trying my best to forget about my hospitalization. Am I getting better? But my health isn't going to magically fix itself. Amy has two legs instead of the heart to deal with, but those aren't going to magically fix themselves either. Maybe this is just as fixed as the both of us can get. The room becomes darker and darker until I can't really tell I'm looking at the corner anymore. The morning comes too soon on the heels of the sleepless night. Is this how Amy's been spending her nights? Staring at the wall or ceiling, trying to stop thinking about whatever it is. Her, in my case, the clenched feeling in my guts is still there. I can't rely on you, was spoken so casually, almost like she was teasing me or chastising me for suggesting that the earth is flat. That's how it's got to be. The way it's got to be sucks. I'm feeling so miserable that I very nearly decide to skip the run. That would be stupid. It's not something I should do just to see her. Sure, that was just the original reason, but it's something more now. I started to enjoy running itself. There are worse way to get the blood flowing anyway. Never thought I said it after the first week or so, but I feel a lot better after the run, like no matter what else I do today, I at least done that one thing. It wakes me up too, and Amy herself said that running away clears her mind. Maybe it will help clear mine. I hope so. The morning is cool and clear, if air a bit humid, summer's making itself known it seems. Amy already stretched out when I arrive, and greets me with a smile and wave. Hey Hisao, the sound of her is so cheaper, it's like a kick in the nuts. How can she be so happy after yesterday? I give a half wave and I'm surprised to receive a hug. Hey, about last night, here it comes. I wanted to say thanks. I actually managed to get some sleep for the first time in a while, and I think it's because of our talk. So thanks. How could she sleep better after our chat? She basically told me that she wouldn't get any closer to me, and that let her sleep well. Excuse me, but what the heck? Amy either doesn't notice my bafflement or chooses not to notice. Don't think with her anymore, or the problem can help. The venom that threatens to rip into my voice is controlled for now, but I think I'd better start running now before I do anything stupid. Amy seems equally willing to get started before long retorting around the track. I can tell she feels more relaxed. Her running has come back to the more graceful movement I remember from when I first watched her. It's a stark contrast to the almost brutal way she's been hurling herself around the track these past few days. Our talk really does seem to help her. A pity it couldn't help me. I get into a rhythm of running, thinking back to when I couldn't afford thinking about anything else but keeping my breathing steadily and legs moving, because those days are gone, at least for the first couple of laps. Why the slow fade? Why the slow transitions? Annoyed at the lack of success I'm having with clearing my head, I increase the pace. There's a burning sensation in my legs. The breaths coming rack in my chest, the pounding on my heart, which I still need to be careful about. But it doesn't seem to be having. But it does seem to have gotten better. But it does seem to have gotten stronger, and I can feel it pumping blood through my veins. The sound thrums in my ears, but instead of being panicked as I was that day in the snow, I'm instead filled with elation. Guess it's working. My heart, that fatal flaw that led me here has improved. I'm able to keep going now, and maybe one day I'll be able to stop worrying as much. Right now, it doesn't matter that I have no idea what to do about Amy and me, All that matters is that my arms and legs continue to pump in concert with one another's, nothing else. As I hit the final stretch, I remind myself that running really does help, though not as much as I hope. I do feel better as I walk out a few laps to cool down. I begin to remember last night in a slightly less emotional manners. Amy wants me to stay distant from her. I can't bring myself to do so. There's gotta be a way around this. Some kind of middle ground I can reach. Not sure what that middle ground is though. Dang, I was almost feeling optimistic. Nice run, Hisao, really improved. Nice run, that's all I can hope for now, isn't it? Congratulations, Hisao, you're pathetic. I gotta change my attitude. Well, you know, I'm pretty awesome. And yet I just keep saying things that I don't mean. Any second now I'll be as good at hiding my problem as Amy is. I like to think so. Why does she do this to me? Say something like that with such a real affection in her voice that it makes my heart leap. If she doesn't mean it, she can't. I must be doing a worse job than I thought because Amy peers closely at me. Hey, you feeling okay? Maybe we should get to the nurse, huh? Yeah, I hate to kill over on you. Amy looks a little shocked at my bitter tone. Don't say things like that. You already done it once before, you know. Why does she act so affectionate? She doesn't really care. I thought she made that clear. But despite all of that, I find myself apologizing even though I shouldn't have to. Even though she probably just putting on an act. Sorry, hey. Come on, let's see the nurse. I can't get myself to calm down the whole time. Every time it feels like I've gotten over what happened last night. Amy does something or say something that shows affection and I'm back into the beginning. The image of her ending that conversation haunts me. It was like the final twist of the knife that left me feeling bereft of any hope that Amy and I could be more than what we are. And what are we at this point? And really, it's not like I don't enjoy the time I spent with her. Said so the other day myself. I very nearly didn't even bring anything up with her. Was just gonna hop on in there and lay a ride, wasn't I? With this song running through my head, I find myself in front of the nurse's office, still brooding as he checked out Amy. Amy comes bounding out of the door, give me a kiss, and dodges off to shower, I assume. Meanwhile, the nurse beckoned me into his office to give me a ritual once over. Any problem today? Nah, I even pushed it a little harder today than I have in the past, and I seem able to handle it. That's uncharacteristically risky coming from you, Hisao. You've been hanging out with Amy too much. She rubbed up on you, and not necessarily in a good way. At the mention of Amy's name, I can't help but frown unhappily in spite of my efforts at control. Well now, this is new, don't you think? And last I checked, your usual response to Amy's name was a grin, not a frown. What exactly happened between you two? Because Amy doesn't seem to be in on it, whatever it is. She looks more relaxed than I've seen her in weeks, which is unusual for this time of the years. What do you mean by that? By what? For this time of the year, I keep trying to find out what's been bothering her, but she clamps up as soon as I broach the subject. Then last night she said, let me guess, she won't tell you because she says she can't trust you. And now you're crushed because you thought that the two of you were so much more than she seemed to think, right? More or less. What the heck did you know? It's I'm the nurse. It's my job to know these things. Plus, I know Amy for long enough to know that she tried to do something like this. It's just like her. He says this in a sort of the half affectionate, half frustrated tone that would seem more appropriate if he had a cigarette dangling on his lips. As it is, he seems willing to make her do with a pen. Look, do you mind if I give you some advice? Oh, this is new. I should say, this is new. Great new save state. Debate expresses doubt. Oh, this is new. Sure, why not? What was the immortal say yesterday? If you can't observe the things, then observe what surround it. Was a shot. The nurse know Amy better than I do our wagers. Sure, I'm open to suggestions. Honestly, I'm kind of lost. I got no idea how to deal with this. I'm gonna assume that extra joy is going to give you a second chance, right? If you feel like you're kind of in the neutral endings. or maybe leads to a bad ending, you know. I never would have guessed it. He grins out while he says that. I think he's kidding. Look, here's the deal. Amy is stubborn. You should know that by now, and if you don't, then you're pretty unobservant, but I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt here. I'm so grateful. Anyway, if she decided that she doesn't want to talk about what happened, then she's not going to talk about what happened. Has she said anything about what's been bothering her, even a hint? She did say that she'd been having nightmares about the accident. Really, you're making progress, then that's good. Well, I guess I can fill you in on this without violating my strict non-interference policy when it comes to Amy making stupid decisions. The anniversary of her accident is coming up soon. Oh. So yeah. This feels like a second chance. This feels like a second chance because now we know, thanks for the nurse actually talking it out instead of having Amy takes me to the cemeteries, takes me to her house, meet her mother, and having her mother take Amy and his house to the cemeteries. And I actually, like, at that time I don't know what is going on between Amy's and her father's, and then Amy's decided to like show me, and oh, the cemetery scene, oh, that's what happened to her father's. Oh, and now like I tried to pick the other choice, and I absolutely have no idea if it's going to lead the bad ending or a neutral ending yet. But then like this choice appear and it feels like a second chance. Like if you pick the other choice, like no, not gonna listen to the nurse advice. Not going to ask for the nurse advice, then I'm going to make it as a bad ending, right? And I don't know. I blind reading these visual novels, alright? And right now I feel like, yeah, sure, I'm gonna listen to the nurse advice and see what's going on, because it's a new choice for me and I feel like it's second chance choice. But so like I'm just gonna pick whatever because I haven't picked either of that. So yeah, now I know the anniversary of her accident is coming up soon. She gets depressed around this time because it was pretty traumatic event considering what she lost. That's the other thing. She acted like she lost more than just her leg. What happened? Oh nope, not going there. You have to ask someone else about that because that's a whole can of worms I'm not about to open. If Amy wants you to know, she'll take you in her own time. And that leads to a good ending. You have just got to be patient, that's all. Are you even helping me with all this? Because you're good for her, she trusts you even if you don't think she does. And you got the best chance out of anyone at this school right now to help her through this time of years. She won't accept my help, but she might accept yours if you don't screw it up. So don't screw it up, got it? I opened my mouth to respond, but knocking sounds at the door interrupt me. Hey, you guys still in there? Just a moment, Amy. Give us a second to get our pants back on. Nurse, why do you jokes like that? Amy is a girl, alright? The door bursts open and Amy glanced knives at the nurse. But you didn't mean to get your hopes up. Hey, can we leave me out this? Anyway, what's up, Amy? Forget something? I tried to take a more cheerful tones with her. No need to upset her. She can play the everything's fine game. Actually, I forgot to ask you something. Oh, what's that? Did you want to come with me on a trip to my house? My mom's making dinner and I thought you might want to join us. Well, of course I accept. Amy punches the nurse in the arm playfully. Not you, idiot. You were over last week. I was talking to Hisao. Oh, how interesting. Meeting the parents. I'd love to go. Amy, thanks. The nurse raises an eyebrow but says nothing. Great, I'll be in my room. Swing by after you shower and change into something clean and we grab the bus. Sounds good, I'll see you in a bit. This time it's me who leans in for a quick kiss before darting off to my room. What? what an interesting development. Maybe we're getting closer at all. Maybe Amy is finally ready to open up a little, or maybe she's just being polite, and a free meal seems like a good way to apologize for last night. Great, now I can't decide whether to be excited, nervous, or depressed. I set for a combination of all three and hopped in the showers. And don't let Kenchi know about this, alright? Kenchi, stay out of this. I don't think I like riding on buses. Actually, I think I'm pretty comfortable saying that as a fact. They sway a lot and they smell funny, and you can feel every bump in the road. I'm really not looking forward to this. Plus, Amy legs keep making a clanking noise that draws the attention of everyone else on the bus. She's in shorts again, and she's got the long socks drawn up on her prosthetics so they don't look so obviously forced again. But that doesn't stop the onlooker or two every time her legs bumps together with an audible clunk. I shift nervously in my seat, and Amy raises an eyebrow questioningly. She doesn't seem to mind the stares, either that or she doesn't even notice that people are staring. I'm sure she gotten her few odd looks before. After a certain amount of time, I doubt she noticed anymore. Not that she ever tell me if I ask. Another fact is I'm not just uncomfortable about the bus. I can't seem to come to terms with the fact that Amy appears to be trying to bring me closer while at the same time pushing me away. The nurse said she trusts me even if it doesn't look like it. But I'm not sure I can trust the nurse. He's protective of Amy just like I'm protective of Amy, and I'll be likely to say something to make her look good if someone asks me about her. So he might just be doing that. Still, there's something about the way he seems genuinely surprised that Amy invited me along. Maybe last night talk helped more than I think, but I'm still worried. Meeting a parent is a big deal, right? Not that I haven't already met Amy's mother, but that was just as an acquaintance. Yes, he did, because Amy's mother watched Amy's running competitions. Now all is going to be as Amy's boyfriend with everything that implies. Yeah, the school sports festival, I think. Yeah, 100 meters. I can feel my heart pounding in my chest. An echo of that snow-covered afternoon that feels like it was so long ago that it might as well be another life entirely. Except then, I didn't know what was going on. I also didn't have medication to help prevent things spiraling out of control. I come a long way in terms of my physical health, and for the second time today, I feel like I'll be able to live normally now, or at least as normally as possible. Now, if only I could manage my relationship as well as I manage my heart, I'll be in great shape. Well, we're here. Amy grabs my hand as soon as we step off the bus. She starts heading down the street almost immediately. Come on, we got this couple block until my place. What? Oh, okay. I follow Amy down the street, watching her confident stride. She's setting up a quick pace for just a walk. I guess she answers to get there. So does your mom do these sort of things often? Nah, not too frequently. Mom's never been much of the playing hostage. Oh yeah? Yeah, my dad was always the one pushing her to have people over. This sudden and unprompted reference to her father's catching me off guard. And from the look on Amy's face, I'm not sure she meant to mention him. I think I only ever heard her talk about him once. What I remember is that Amy's mom told me that he wasn't around anymore. Oh, your mom prefers solitude? Amy laughs, either from relief that I didn't ask about her father's, or from finding my statement actually funny. Now, she's why I'm such an outgoing person, you know. She just preferred to be a guest rather than a hostage. It's less stressful that way, or so she says. Clearly, she never had to meet her girlfriend's mother for dinners. Amy giggles again and speaks in a teasing tone. Nervous it sound. You shouldn't be, you know. It's not that big of a deal. Just a dinner at my house, that's all. Yeah, but have you ever brought home a boyfriend before? I confess that partner of me dressed hearing the answer to this. I know very little of Amy's past relationship. I don't even know if there's were past relationship. No, I guess I haven't. Maybe this really is kind of a big deal after all. Oh good, now I feel twice as nervous. To tell the truth, I'm pretty happy to hear that I'm the first one. Maybe we got something special after all. Boosted by this new thought, I managed to calm down considerably by the time Amy knocks on her front door. Hey mom, open up, we're here. The door swings open and Mrs. Ibarazaki stands grinning at her daughter. The grin is still surprisingly similar to Amy. I'm never going to get used to that. You know, people normally wait for a few minutes before they start shouting at the door. And most mothers say hello to their daughters instead of scolding them right away. Of course, welcome home dear, I miss you. An affectionate hugs later rear inside, and it's only then Amy's mom seems to remember that I'm actually here. And hello to you too, he said, how are you? I'm quite well, thanks. Nice to not have school to worry about for a little bit. Yes, you finished up your exam, haven't you? That must be quite a relief for you both. It's certainly a waste of my mind, that's for sure. Mine too. I think I slept well for the first time in weeks last night from relief alone. If this news is a surprise to Amy's mother, she doesn't show it. Still, her response betrayed a note of interest. Is that so? I'm very glad to hear that, Amy. You know, I get worried when you get all wound up about your exams. Certainly, Amy's mother knows something I don't. Or rather, she doesn't know that Amy told me about the nightmare. It's interesting being able to observe how Mr. Ibarazaki discovers for Amy that protected this instance to make sure that I don't know any more than Amy is willing to tell me. I suppose Amy got more in common with quarks than I ever realized. Moves around fast, impossible to understand through direct observation, yet she has an effect on everyone she encounters. I wonder if Mrs. Ibarazaki will figure out that I know about the nightmares, or is she just keeping everything secret from everybody? Yeah, it's not been as bad this year as in the past. His style helped me to stay focused. Okay, I know that's not true. She even cut off contact outside of school hours during the exam week. But she did see me during the day, and she told me more than once that the morning run was the only thing she looked forward to during exams. So maybe it's not that much of a lie. Either way, to hear that being around has helped, even a little makes me feel a bit better. Amy mothers raise an eyebrow at this statement. Either she doesn't believe Amy or she as surprised as I am. Well, then it appears that it's a good thing you two have become close. I tell you to take good care of my daughter, he said, but it looks like you're already doing that. Amy grins at this and seems to take pride in my having managed to ingratiate myself with her mother so easily. Actually, I said your daughter has been the one taking care of me. She got me out and running. I've probably been more active since meeting her than I ever was, even before. I actually never thought of it that much, nor had I ever appreciated the humor in it. I wasn't too active before the heart attack. Pick-up games of soccer don't really count since they weren't that common. So now that I know for sure that I have a brick heart, and I run every day, pushing my luck with the help of my medication. I took off quietly, then realized that I never finished my sentence. But before I had my heart attack and would up at school here, it comes out so casually, there was the time that I would have thought twice about talking about what was wrong with me at all. But now it just seems silly to care, especially in the company of Amy and her mother. Yeah, Amy can be cavalier about her disability, and then so can I. I think back to the track meet where Amy declared herself the fastest thing on no legs. The fact of her obvious loss has never seemed to bother her, at least not in public. Being stuck in a wheelchair frustrated her, I know, but even that was something she dealt with on her own, despite my efforts to the contrary. Amy has a way of bringing out the more active side in people. I never quite figure out how she does it. Those puppy dog eyes she gets for starters. I'm not surprised that she managed to rub you on into her exercise routines. Rin just as stubborn as she is, I'm sure that Amy would have gotten her out and running with you too. Oh, that reminds me, Rin, hello. I drift to the outer edges of the conversation again as we move to the dining room to eat. It smells delicious in here, and the spread that Amy's mom's has to produce is impressive. Wow, you made enough to feed an army in here. Is it too much? Well, you can always take some leftover with you when you go. That sounds great. I can only handle a cafeteria food for so long. Something home cook would be a welcome change of pace. Well, he said, thanks, Mom. The food tastes as good as it smells, and there's a lull in conversation while we all dig in. Amy assaults her plate with the usual amount of gusto, and I will admit that I set a pretty fast pace myself. So he said here that you and my daughter have gotten rather close. The urge to say something like "not really" is so strong that I open my mouth to say it, but then reassert control. We are close, but there's no getting around it. I mean, Amy brought me here, hasn't she? Fortunately, both Amy and her mother seems to take my reaction as a sign that I'm a god of God, rather than considering saying something cruel. I suppose we have. I blame the morning runs myself. You make it sound like a bad thing in his house. Well, I for one find it a relief. Why is that? Amy always be a popular girl, but never make many close friends. He is a bit of new to me. I always seen Amy chatting with her classmate in the hallways. And suddenly the whole track team seems to love her, but is this true? But it is true that she chooses to isolate herself during lunch with Rin and me. Not exactly the sort of behavior one expects from popular girl after all. Then again, I experienced her unwillingness to get close firsthand, so I can say that I'm that surprised. I was beginning to have my doubt. Amy rolls her eyes to the ceiling and grumbles something I can't quite make out. Huh. What? What's that you just said? Nothing. Mrs. Ibarazaki chokes on her drink with laughter. You have been hanging out with the nurse too long, Amy. I'm going to have to talk to him about corrupting my daughters. So I don't think that would be very effective. I learned most of it from you anyway. Not the nurse. Why are you making that face? Why are you making that face? Don't listen to her. She's a born liar. Yeah, right. Oh, I don't know, Amy. I think your mother has a point. What? You traitor? You're supposed to take my side in this. Yeah, but you did lie about your legs at the meet. Ow! A kick in the shins from a mystically plastic foot cut me off, but not before Mrs. Ibarazaki's eyebrows shoots upwards. What about your leg? It was a big deal. That's all. I just in a wheelchair for a bit. And the last few mumble words are quickly deciphered by Amy's mothers. I suspect she has experience with the sort of thing, and worry frown appears on her face. So that's why he kept dodging my call. Oh, Amy, I know how much you hate being in the wheelchair. No wonder you've been in such a mood lately. Yes, she's much happier on her feet, so to speak. Well, of course, she spent enough time in the chair just after the accident. She didn't get prosthetic immediately. No, she had to finish healing up before they let her start the sort of therapy, and you got to go through to adjust to those things, especially since she wanted to run on them. I had no idea. Yeah, it sucks. Or did you see Rin's mural at the festival? I mean, sudden change of topic makes me realize belatedly that she's been fidgeting the whole time her mother and I have been talking. She had figured on her being a little skittish when it comes to talking about the accident, even around her mother's. No, I didn't make it out to a festival with mirrors. Although I caught a glimpse of it at your track meet, it seems pretty weird to me. I think that's more or less what she's going for. She talked a lot about being dreamlike, or trying to make it dreamlike. Rin's art is one of those things I don't think I'll ever understand. That's not surprising. I don't think Rin's expected to be understood. She tells me once that arts allow people to understand stuff they wouldn't understand otherwise, but all the same, she doesn't think it actually worked that way. I'm surprised that Amy's talking about this with Rin extensively enough to actually have Rin's opinion, such as it is. Although I expect that Rin could not, if she were so inclined, say the same thing about Amy's, unless of course Amy is purposely keeping me in the dark about everything, which is likely but unpleasant to think about. I keep down this unpleasant train of thought for a while, losing track of the conversation. Hey Amy, I've been meaning to ask. Huh? Are you going to visit your father this year? From the way she said, you think Amy's mother was talking about the weather. From the way Amy's react, it's clear not the weather they're talking about. She flinches a slight jerk of the head backwards as if she's been slapped in the face. Can we talk about this later? Her voice sounds pretty strange. It looks as if she's been severely stricken by the question. It seems that Mrs. Ibarazaki misjudged just how close Amy and I are. Some things it seems are best not converse about with me around. Her father is one of these things. The accident that took her legs is probably another one of those things. If her reaction to the earlier conversation between her mother and myself is any indications, it doesn't take Amy's mother long to realize she screwed up. Of course we can, dear. I'm sorry to bring this up. I just wanted to ask it so I could make plans. It's fine, don't worry about it. Amy fidgets nervously, as if embarrassed by her own reaction. I confess that her reaction is confusing. She only mentioned her father to me earlier today, less than a few hours ago even. Why does a simple question about when she revisit her father get such a strong reaction? Unless whatever serenity she claimed to have reached by means about talk the previous evening has suddenly evaporated, or it didn't have as much as she thought or claims. I'll be right back. Gotta visit the little girl's room. Amy gets up suddenly and leaves the table, leaving me and Mrs. Ibarazaki alone. I'm a little conflicted. Should I go after her or should I stay here? It's obvious that Amy's departure was not based on the core of nature. Something's bothering her, and I have to know what it is. How to go about it? Oh, why are there a lot of new choices? Why are there a lot of new choices? There's a lot of second chance choices. I'm gonna assume that go after her is going to leave the same result as my previous run when I get Amy's good ending. But I would rather to this time to talk to her mom about this. There's an awkward silence at the table for a while after Amy dashes off. I can't think of anything to say. Amy's mother sighs, breaking the silence. Sorry about that. I sometimes forget that Amy's touchy about such a subject. And I was talking about the wheelchair things too. Should I go after her? Heaven, no. She didn't leave the table to continue the conversation, you know. But if she's troubled, shouldn't someone help her? If it were anyone else, I say yes, but my daughter is stubborn as a mule, and if she wants to be alone, it's best to let her be alone. Otherwise, she'll probably say something she regret, which would cause you to say something you regret. And I would prefer that dinner doesn't end with one or the both of you storming out the house. Yeah, I don't want to happen either. If that were to happen, I'd be a terrible hostess, wouldn't I? I already acted as a fool once today. That's okay, I shouldn't have brought up the wheelchair apparently. Mrs. Ibarazaki frowns, clearly more bothered by Amy's omissions that she let on. I wish she wouldn't do that, it just makes me worry more, you know. She does this often? When running off to the bathroom? No, I can't say she does. Keeps injuries from her mothers though. Well, that's a little more common. Every time I catch her lying like that, she assures me that the only reason she didn't tell me is because it was a big deal. It isn't any consolation. I'm sure the only reason I knew about it at all was because I saw her every day. This elicits a dry chuckle from across the table. Mrs. Ibarazaki sighs a little sadly. Still hesitant about getting close to people her. I keep hoping that she get over that. It's funny really, she bounced back so well from the accident in so many ways. I guess some things never really go away. From the look of it, the whole thing still bothers her too. She seems to be a little more willing to talk about the accidents without Amy around though. Hey, I got a question, if it's alright? Oh, where else did Amy lose in the accident? The nurse said that she gets this when the anniversary, and she won't talk about it to me. So you thought I figured in, yeah, hopefully. Well, there's a problem with that request, you know. Let me guess, you promised Amy that you wouldn't tell anyone she didn't want to know, and you don't know if she wants me to know? Something like that. I promised Amy that she'd be the one to tell people the full story. But isn't that important? I mean, it's likely it had a huge effect on her if she stays like this so long after the accident happens. That's true, it did have a long-lasting effect on her. There are a few things that she probably never really get over. For a moment, Mrs. Ibarazaki looks incredibly saddened, as if an old wound is bothering her. I suppose there are a few things I never really get over either. Another dry chuckle, and with a shake of her head, Amy's mother banishes the memories. Look, there's something you absolutely must understand about the way Amy thinks about the accident. What is that? It wasn't a big deal. that quote, that line, it wasn't a big deal, but it's a big deal. Somehow I managed to keep my mouth from falling open in surprise, but it takes some effort. That has to be the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. I beg your pardon? Okay, maybe it's not that simple, but it's a pretty accurate summation. Amy believes that the accident did not define her, and that everything she lost that day didn't define her either. She's not that girl who lost her leg. She's the fastest thing on no legs. Her optimism and energy came out of that wreck without scratch as far as she's concerned. Yet it goes beyond that, doesn't it? I mean, last night she told me that she refused to rely on me because it would make losing me too painful. Not really. You said she won't tell you about the accident even though you asked her about it before. The reason she won't talk about it when you ask is because to her it's not something you absolutely need to know. Even if she wasn't terrified of getting too close to anyone, she wouldn't talk about it. She afraid of being close to me? Oh goodness me, yes. For all that talk about being unscathed by the accident, she's gained the ugly knowledge of how quickly it can be all over or be over. So she is not going to let people get especially close to her, and she certainly would resent any implication that she cannot work through this on her own. But I don't think she can. Oh no, are you sure you've been thinking my daughter and not somebody else? Just me, she could get through it on her own. But she has nightmares and can't sleep well, and she does it every year. Tell me, if she wasn't able to get through it on her own, do you really think she'd be alive? Oh. Do you really think she'd still be alive? Oh, the mental. Man, that's rough. She would have ended herself or something equally melodramatic. Like, speaking of which, like the dormitory should have security guard or the dorm lady or the dorm gentleman, right? I remember in Klana there's a dorm ladies, and yeah, like we need like at least a security guard or like a dorm people to look after the students, right? Because God, this would have happened. Thank God I warned in the beginning of the videos and make a disclaimer. Jesus Christ. So what? I shouldn't try to help her? I didn't say that I hate seeing my daughter like this, and knowing that she could rely on someone else would let me relax. You just need to understand that accepting help goes against everything Amy thinks about herself and the way the world works. If you still want to offer her help, then I guess that's your call. Honestly, I'd like you to, but it would be silly not to warn you that it's not going to be easy. You just need to be patient with her. She's already closer to you than anyone else she ever met at Yamaku, where it sure doesn't feel like we're very close. Good, that makes this part easier. Okay, why are you making that face? Amy, why? Amy was nearly gives me a heart attack. Well, didn't you hear you come back, Amy? How convenient. Wait, were you eavesdropping? No, just happened to come back at the right moment, I guess. Amy, his out was just... Amy holds up a finger, cutting her mother off. On his way out of the house? Yeah, I know. Again, Amy, why are you making that face? Amy trembling with anger now, looking vaguely betrayed. Amy, don't be ridiculous, we were just... you promise. Okay. I'm fully mentally prepared. I already get a good ending, and I had to witness either neutral or bad ending. The pain carried in the last word is almost too much for me to bear. The idea that I could hurt her that much is like being kicked in the gut. Amy's mother looks similarly pained by the thought. And I kept that promise. Just listen, there's no reason to go throwing people out of the house. Amy's mother seems to be both angry at her daughter's outburst and embarrassed that I'm a witness to it. There's only one real solution to this problem, I think. It's okay, I'll go. Now, really, that seems a little unnecessary. Don't worry about it. Thank you for dinners, Mrs. Ibarazaki, and for the advice. It was my pleasure. He's out. I'm sorry we didn't get to the dessert. Dessert? Okay, that's okay. I had to watch what I eat. Anyway, good evening, Amy, Mrs. Ibarazaki. The formality of our conversation couples with the fact that I'm getting ready to leave seems to snap Amy out of her angers. No way, I'm sorry, I've been after last night I just thought you don't have to go. I take it back, it's okay. I can't help but smile slightly. She can very articulate her apologies and I really would like to stay. But I don't think I can. Right now, I need to think about what her mother said and about what I'm going to do about us. I don't want to risk her accidentally getting Amy angry again in her current state either. No, I don't. I think I better leave. You seem pretty shook up and well, I only wind up trying to help you again. I know you prefer I didn't, so I'm going to leave instead. But, hey, it's not a problem. You don't want a night on the white charger, right? Just promise me one thing, okay? What? Don't be angry at your mom, okay? She was just giving me some advice, that's all. Amy nods hesitantly, like this simple idea is all that she can grab onto at this point. She's so terribly off balance, but I can't do anything about that right now. Okay, see you tomorrow, okay? Running is in the morning, don't forget. Oh, I can see that I hurt Amy by deciding to leave, but there's nothing I can do for her as things stand. And I know that she's too stubborn to admit that she wants me to stick around. I watch various emotions across Amy's face as she tries to process everything that's just happened. Suddenly I comes that calm look again like last night, and that was trying to so hard to sound careless. Sure, he says see you tomorrow. Both of us unwillingly to concede emotion at this point, and I'm having a hard time keeping my facade, so I turn on my heel and walk out the door. I shut it behind me slowly, pausing for a moment as a latch catches my hand on the doorknob. Did I make the right decision just now? Should I have stayed and tried to work things out? No, I decided not in front of her mother like that. In spite of everything, I'd rather keep Amy's mother insulated from the sort of anger that surfaced last night. Even though she's probably used to it, some protective instincts wants me to keep Amy's image as a cheerful girl intact. Weird thought, I realized my hand still resting on the knob. I take my hand away, put it in my pocket, and head down to the slowly darkening street. And back to the room, back home, well, back to the dorm. I let out a long breath. The wait until tomorrow morning comes isn't going to be easy. In any case, I had to think on what to say to Amy. I must apologize and I must get through to her somehow. On that account, something has been on my mind for most of the way back to my room. The letter of apologies from Iwanako. I was so concerned about my new life when I received that I didn't even bother to really need to read it. Now that I find myself in a similar position, my curiosity got rekindled. What did she want to let me know so badly? If nothing else, reading her thoughts might help me frame mine. I remember tossing it away. Dang, where did I throw that thing? I checked under my desk. That turns up nothing, so I look for harder to reach, more unlikely locations. Well, now I know where that lost sock went, at least. Still no letter though. It's when I try sweeping my arm under my nightstand that I feel something crinkly jammed between it and the wall. Grunting a little with the effort, I reach for my prize and soon manage to bring it into the light. Bingo! Wow. I sit at my desk and spread the crumpled paper open. A flicker turns on the table light. Skipping past the empty pleasantries, I look out for the point where I stop reading. Here it is. There are other things I want to say. I wrote to you because I feel that there are things I should have said after the incident back in winters. I really regret that I wasn't able to say them in person, and I have no excuse for it. The truth is, the time when I visited you at the hospital made me worry about you. I'm not talking about your health. You seem to become more distant and disheartened. It was natural after something like that happened, I'm sure, but somehow I got the feeling that you have given up on something back then. Happiness, maybe? Giving up on happiness. This sounds unpleasantly familiar. I wanted somehow to express my feeling, but the right word didn't come to me. I couldn't say anything to comfort you. I'm really sorry for not being able to support you when it mattered the most, even though I like it so much. At least now, finally, I can be more honest. If I could go back to those quiet days in February and March, I tell you to not give up on yourself. That's what I would say. Maybe you wouldn't have drifted so far away if I had just said something. I hope you managed to get back on your feet on your own. Now that the distance between us is also physical, and it also feels more final somehow. I wonder if we will meet again. Perhaps it's for the best if we don't. Still, if you would like to correspond with me, by all means write me back. I very much like to hear about your new school and how you are doing. I wish you all the best. Sincerely, Ivanako. After finishing reading the letter, I smoothed it out carefully and set it aside on my desk. Thank you, Ivanako. I wanted to answer yes to your question on that snowy winter day, but I never got to. But by the time we met again, it was too late. Also, I thought, what would have happened if I had behaved? What would have happened if I had behaved differently back in that dismally sterile hospital room? I'm sorry, there's no point in wondering now, but there's no point in trying to forget either. Who I am because of all that happened to me and all I look forward to experience, present, future, and past. And that past may just have taught me an important lesson now. Wow. That's a long... Act 3 is long. Are we acting 4 now? Yeah. We act 4 now. Motions. And Misha's gonna come and ask me if something happened, right? The sound of my alarm is an unwelcome intrusion on a sleep that's being about to obtain. I doubt I've been actually asleep for more than an hour or two. Too much on my mind. Did I make a right choice leaving the house yesterday? Did I manage to get Amy to realize how unreasonable she's been? Am I ever going to manage to get her stop being unreasonable? Amy's mom gave me a new perspective the other day, but I'm not sure that is the right perspective. She was hurt when I left yesterday too. I know that part of any conversation is going to have to include an apology or about that. Right thing to do or not, I heard her. I hurried down onto the track eager to talk to Amy. I think I know what to say. Apologize for leaving first and go ahead from there. Unless, of course, Amy doesn't show up, which from the looks of things seems like it is the case. It's been about 15 minutes since I got here and there's no sign of her. She's never late, not unless she's sick, which unlikely. She probably just doesn't want to see me right now. To take my mind off what that implies, I begin to warm up my routine and take off around the track. It clears my mind wonderfully. For the half hours I'm running, I don't think about anything but the run. However, once I finish and Amy still hasn't shown up, and I get a little worried. With any luck, the nurse will know where she is. If nothing else, I can see what he thinks I should do next. So last night didn't go too well, I take it. You already know. I have my ways, and it's not as if I missed the distinct absence of your running partners this morning. Now were I? No, I suppose not. So what happened? Don't you know already? Maybe, but I could be bluffing. Perhaps I prefer to get your side of the story before I give any advice. I couldn't feel the nurse in on the event of last night, and he takes it all in without changing expression once. Nothing about the whole event seems to surprise him, although he does seem surprised when I said that I didn't follow Amy. Chose to talk to her mom instead, huh? Smart move, though I guess it didn't work out too well for you in the end. We are not sure Amy seems apologetic when I left, or at least she seemed that way until she put up her defense again. The nurse sighed and spread his hands on conciliatory gestures. Frankly, I'm surprised that she let them down at all. Amy had a lot of practice on that score. You probably won't get anything else out of her. I don't believe you. Is that so? You think she'll tell you the whole tale? I swear, I just saw the nurse's eyes glitters a little. His expression is the same, but he leans forward ever so slightly. I think she will open up, ask her without being an idiot about it, yeah. The nurse gives an enigmatic smile in response and shrugs up lightly. I think he enjoyed his role a little too much. That's a real trick, isn't it? Are you sure you know the right way to approach the subject? I can guarantee that Amy is going to try her hardest to pretend last night didn't happen. It will be painfully awkward for the both of you, and it will also be a lot safer than trying to ask her for the whole story again. It could go worse this time. Are you ready for something like that? It sounds like a challenge, like he doesn't believe for a minute that I'll be bold. I actually feel a little insulted by his lack of confidence in me. Of course, I'm ready for that. I love her. My outburst gets raised eyebrows in response. Well then, good luck. Let me know how it all turned out. Although he delivers his parting shot with the same smirk as usual, I actually think that the nurse wants me to succeed. I resist the urge to charge directly to Amy's room to prove that the nurse was wrong. I've gone in half cooked before and the results were less than stellar. If I'm going to do this, I need to figure out exactly what I'm going to say and how I'm going to say it, something to think about in class. Sure enough, by the time the lunch rolls around, I think I have a good enough idea of what to say. I can do this. The bell rings and I grab my lunch and dash up the stair, eager to be there first. I need to ask Rin to leave, but I need to. Oh, thank God, Amy, you're still okay. Hi, sorry I wasn't able to run with you this morning. I overslept. Somehow both Amy and Rin have managed to get into the room before me. Oh, that's no problem. Last time was kind of draining, I guess. Amy's expression doesn't alter in the slightest. Yeah, sorry about that, but I had such a weird morning since then. Really? Amy proceeds now to make small talk for the rest of the time. I can barely get a word in edgewise, and soon find myself interjecting with sort of back and forth dialogue that seems to have been defined our early relationship. I'm not going to get anywhere on this problem during lunch, obviously, and I can respect that. Amy obviously doesn't want to accidentally pull Rin into things, and that's fine. Not that I think Rin would notice, but I can at least respect that sort of rationale. I try different tactics. Hey Amy, what are you up to after class today? I was thinking we could go somewhere for dinners or something. Amy looks genuinely remorseful. Sorry, I promised the track captain that I stick around after practice and have some other kids. Have some the other kids with their forms. It will have to take some other times. Yeah, sure. Oh, the sky. I'm honestly not sure what to do now. Maybe diving into things the day after would be a bad idea anyway. She might get still angry about it. And just not showing it. Besides, if she's got track team responsibility, that's fine, right? I tell myself some variation on this team the next day. Then the next, I wake up, run with Amy, during which she refused to talk about anything but the run and what she was doing the night before. And then lunch, where we sit and make small talk until the bell rings. Her new responsibility effectively gives me for seeing her outside of school. Maybe, just maybe. I'm letting it happen because it's safer this way, just like the nurse says. Except now, while it's maybe safer, I'm feeling more and more rich. Amy doesn't look good when I see her anymore. Her dark circle lurking under her eyes. She seems more and more distracted. And I can't bring myself to just ask what's wrong because the timing never seems right. I'm absolutely miserable. Okay, I was scared for a moment because the background order black out. Fade out, black out. Another lunch comes, I judge up the stairs to the rooftop like a condemned man. Rin is up there, but Amy is not. Immediately, I worry that something happened to her. Maybe lack of sleep finally make her collapse or something worse. She seemed pretty tired after a morning runs. Maybe she fell asleep and didn't even make it to class. Hey Rin, where's Amy? In response, I get a rather penetrating look from Rin, and something approaching up front appears on her face. Is that information really important? I think so. She usually here with you, isn't she? I don't know. I have no way of being sure. I can confirm that she is. In fact, usually here with you when I come up. Where she isn't now, does that worry you? Kind of. There she is. That seems to end the conversation, and the point becomes moot anyway because Amy bounced through the door with her usual energy. He's kind of worried about you, Amy. I don't think he can decide, or maybe I just don't believe him. But I think I'm going to go somewhere less awkward now. I'm so surprised by Rin's being so suddenly forward about. Well, anything at all that I merely watch her head through the door. Amy is similarly surprised and colors slightly crimson as she stares open-mouthed at me. It occurs to me that I should probably say something, if only to break the awkward silence that has suddenly descended. It's because you weren't here yet. I was worried about it. Why? You were usually here, so I was worried that something had happened to you. This isn't for the first time that I've been late, you know. Did you get worried all the other time too? Not really. Amy seems slightly amused by this. I don't know why, but that kind of pissed me off. So I was this time an exception. Maybe it's the light, teasing tone of the question, but something in her response pushes me to be honest. Truth, I can't help stopping at her when I say it, because you'll be worrying me since dinner at your house. That's why. Well, now it's out in the open, and Amy's eyes are white, and she looks like she wants to bow, but she doesn't. Still on that, I see. What, you think I'm supposed to forget about? Just forget about it? You threw me out of the house. We've been going on for almost a week and pretending it never happened. I didn't see you bring it up either, you know. I know, and I'm sorry that was the case. We had to address this, or we just keep up this wherever it is we got right now. It's killing me to look at how you look right now. And did you know that? Those circles under your eyes that distracted look in them. And I can't help worrying that it caused it somehow. You haven't trust me. Well, I haven't helped either. I keep pushing you to tell me the things you aren't ready to tell me. Maybe I was wrong getting your mother to help me out, but I've been so worried about you that I didn't know what else to do. Well, you don't have to worry about me anymore, okay? I think it's pretty clear that we're not right for each other, so maybe we should stop. We should just stop. Her face is twisted up as she says this, like she doesn't want to say it but forces herself to anyway. You don't actually want that, do you? Heck, you can barely bring yourself to say it. Anyway, it won't keep me from worrying about you. I care too much about you to just stop on command. You don't want to tell me what's wrong, that's fine, but I won't stop trying to help you, even if it's just standing by you. Stop saying that. She's shaking now as she looks at me, I can see she's afraid and frustrated and a million different things all at once. I shake my head slowly and take a few steps towards her. You know what your mom told me? She told me that you never ask for help because you know that you're strong enough. You're strong enough to get through anything on your own, but that's not the full story, is it? Yeah, you're actually not strong. Her eyes go wide and she takes a step back. I keep going because I think I finally figured it out. Something tells me I won't get another shot. I put it off for far too long as it is. There's no harm in having someone help you unless you worry about needing help in first place. You're scared, aren't you? Because of... I cheer up because I don't know for certain what happened to Amy fathers. And I don't want to jump to a conclusion. But never mind why, but it's okay to be afraid. You've been running from me for so long, and even though you know eventually you have to turn around and face your fear, and I'm going to be there to help when you do. I won't stop, because I don't think you want me to. You can't understand that sort of determination, can you? I can see that I gotten through to her, but she quickly forced back the anger to try to push me away again. Back on your right, Georgia, he said. Gotta help me, the poor cripple face her emotional problems. What do you know about me and about what I already had to face? You think 2 months of learning to walk again was fun? But I did, and after I did that I had to. For a moment it seems as if she's going to say something else, but she cuts herself off. And after all that, I don't think you can get past your fear. Amy, I can fathom what you've been through, but to come through it and still be the sort of girl that you are, well, it makes me think that you have even more strength than you think. So I'm not going to help you because I think you need rescuing. I don't want to be a knight rescuing a damsel in distress, but even knights help each other out, you know. I want to help you, even though I know you can't do it on your own. For a moment, it looks like Amy going to break down completely, but she doesn't. Tears run down her face, but she stares at me steadily. Why are you trying so hard to help me? I said that it's because I owe you one for helping me out when we first met, but that wouldn't be the truth. The truth is I just want you to be happy because I love you. Confession. Had I ever said that before? We've been in a relationship and it's been pretty obvious that I love her, but did I ever actually speak the words? What did you say? And I say it again, savoring the feeling of being able to say or being able to say it, and I mean it. Amy seems stunned. I say I love you, Amy, I love you, just you, and that makes me want to stand by you, no matter what you have to face. I wrap me in a fierce hug then, and as Amy begins to sob against my chest. I'm so sorry about everything, but I'm so scared, he said. I'm so scared of losing you, and I love you too, but I can't lose you, I'm just so sorry. I hold her quietly, shushing her until she settled down. She steps back, a little more composed. Will you come with me tomorrow? Back to my house? There are something I need to show you if I'm going to do this. Of course. Maybe this time we can live together instead of separately. Amy grins, a sudden flash of brightness that seems more genuine than anything I've seen in the past week. Yeah, maybe. The lunch bell rings, and I curse the universe poor sense of timing. Are you free tonight? We can talk more then, right? Amy shakes her head. Sorry, he's still helping the track team. Plus, I don't think it would be good if we talk this over tonight. I'm going to be too tired to think properly, and I want to be able to tell you everything without screwing it up. You can wait, right? Even now, there's a bit of fear in her voice. I smile and rest a hand on her shoulders. Okay, I'll be waiting. Amy gives me a quick kiss before she heads for a stairwell. Thanks, sis. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Wouldn't miss it. I head down the stairs with the feel of her lips of mine, suddenly aware of how much I miss that sensation. I have to remember to thank Rins for getting us talk to one another. Although it's possible she won't even realize what she's done. Still, if not for her, I doubt I have ever been able to confront Amy again. I guess I needed more help than I realized. Tomorrow, however, I need to stand alone through whatever Amy's trying to work herself up to doing. I'll be up to the task, I hope. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that is much better ending than the previous episodes. But I maybe jinx it. Alright? I maybe jinx it. Because I don't know. It's so more dramatic, more emotional. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, still confession, but I'm scared. The morning sun is bright through my open window, and the sounds of my alarm quickly has me up and about. I slept surprisingly well last night, secure in the knowledge that at least I got another chance with Amy. If I can just keep myself from doing anything stupid, and maybe I find out what's been eating her recently. I have a few educated guesses, but nothing concrete, and certainly nothing that I'm going to say to her. I much prefer to have her tell me myself. Tell me herself. I make this mistake in the previous episode. Why am I keep saying myself instead of herself? I am such a goofball. I am such a dumb. Although I can't help but remembering the nurse warning that I might not like what she has to say. Do I really need to know that badly? But if something often that makes me repulsed by her, can I really say that I'm prepared to handle whatever she has to say, regardless of what it is? Amy says she wanted to tell me without screwing it up. What the heck did she mean by that? What's there to screw up? I suppose there's not much use to worrying about it though. I find out today. It occurs to me that I really need to run this morning to clear my head, if nothing else. Amy is waiting for me as promised, looking a little haggard but otherwise bright and cheerful, much more so than any previous day this week. It's the same dialogue from the previous episode. So, he's like, you're late. I wave my hand dismissively. Nonsense, you're just early. Amy grins back, and it feels like we're finally back where we should be with one another. Except now Amy, not just me, wants to take another step forward, although the part of me worries that she'll back out at the last second. Hurry up and stretch. I don't want to miss the bus. The bus? I said, yeah, I wanted you to come back to my house, remember? And promised mom we'd be there in time for lunch and wanted to hurry. I wanted to hurry. Already start, huh? It's more for my mom's benefit than anything else. Well, that's okay. I unsuccessfully tried to guess what Amy has planned, shortly before realizing that it doesn't matter that much to me. I quickly go through my warm-up routine while Amy bounces impatiently from one foot to the others. She really does seems to want to get moving as soon as possible. The rain's over so quickly I can barely believe that I haven't fallen over passing out afterward. Amy sat there blistering pace and I, in my foolishness, kept up with her. Well, until the last few laps, I had to slow down just in case, but I don't mind, and Amy is still waiting patiently for me when I finish, especially as she can wait anyway. Finish? Good, come on. Grabbing my arms, she practically crushes me down to the nurse's office. You seem in a hurry, Amy, trying to catch an early bus? Yeah, I told mom I'll be back for lunch. Well, I'll take care of you first then. But he's not gonna come with me too. The nurse raises a single eyebrows that at this statement appears to the two of us certainly. Really, today, huh? Amy responds is a nod, followed by a surprisingly shy grins. Well then, we'll make this quick. Amy enters the nurse's office and I patiently wait outside for her to be finished, wondering just why the nurse seems to be surprised by Amy's declarations. I feel like I'm missing out on some jokes or the significance of today, beyond the fact that it is clearly significant in some way, of course. True to his words, the nurse has Amy out the office surprisingly quickly, and I take her place. After promising to meet her up at the front gate, the nurse takes my pulse and listens for a bit. Your heart beats faster than usual. Been pushing yourself again, have you? Amy seems in the rush to get through the run, so I'm not surprised. Today rather important to her, you know. I suspect that could be the case, but I have no idea why that's the case. She hasn't told you. Interesting. So you're not going to tell me either then? No, I'm not. I suspect that Amy has her own plan for explaining today to you, and I don't want to mess with that. You'll find out soon enough, so what's the rush? Now that's for your heart. I would take it easy to the rest of the day. No spontaneous races or anything like that, got it? Got it. She won't have her running leg on anyway, right? No, but if you think something like that is going to stop her, good point. I don't think it will be much of an issue today or all day still. If he's trying to reassure me, he's doing a terrible job. I'm quickly becoming more and more worried about what today could be for, like suddenly finding out Amy in a court or something. At the same time, if today is such a big deal, Amy wants me to be with her for it, and maybe she really does want to grow closer to me. Maybe this will be the answer to all riddles, to the sleepless nights and the sudden mood swing. Either way, I barely remember to thank the nurse before taking off as quickly as I dared to my room, to get a shower and throw us on some decent looking clothes. If today is as important as it seems to be, I should dress appropriately. Amy of course proves me wrong as soon as I reach out the front gate, wearing her usual shirts and shorts, so at least I know it's not terribly formal affair, whatever it is. You're early, Hisao. Not as early as you, eager are we? Amy cheekily pokes out her tongues. The bus stop isn't very crowded at these hours, which seems to please Amy, and we end up relaxing a little as we wait. We sit in the silence for a while, but I can tell that Amy is trying to work herself up to say something. I don't have anything to say myself, so I sit waiting for her to talk. It doesn't take too long. So I'm sure you're curious as to why the nurse thought it was so weird for me to be bringing you along today. I was a bit, yes, but if you're not ready to tell me. Amy stops my sentence by placing a finger on my lips. Nah, just don't tell me, Hisao. I want to tell you this, but I'm just uncertain as to how to go for it. I don't want to keep delaying or deferring. I just want to be able to say it. So say it. You know that it's not going to be easy for me, Hisao. So treat it like running, warming up to it with some small and easy, and go from there. But don't do it too fast, alright? I'm a patient man. I can't wait for you to get to it. Amy seems to consider my words, weighing them against what is probably a desire to get over with. I will admit, as much as I keep telling Amy to take her time, I wouldn't mind her getting over either. But somehow I know Amy probably needs more time than the bus ride will provide to get it all out, whatever it is. Yeah, maybe you're right. The bus stop probably isn't the best place for this anyways, but just to make sure that I don't go back on my word, I'll at least say this. She takes a deep breath, lays out, and after a moment she says in a low voice, "We're going to see my dad today." The words hangs in the air, and I can see that Amy is afraid that I'll panic and disappear in a response, which a part of me almost wants to do. But it would be stupid for me to back out or to suddenly abandon the promise I made to be there for Amy when she needs me. The nurse thought it was so weird for her to bring me along. She doesn't bring anyone along, or at least bring me to bed that she hasn't before today. The day seems to take on an even greater significance. What has it taken Amy to get this far? And why is that the best I can manage as a response? Yeah, I don't know what I should say. Nothing, I think. Just promising that you're going to come with me. Of course, I know I will. You know I will. Amy smiles widely, looking a little relieved. Good, in that case, we better get going. The bus pulls up just a little after she finishes the sentence. Vague memories of my first trip out here comes to mind as I step off the bus, but unfortunately they were too vague to be of any use. I will be the first to admit that I don't quite recall how to get there to Amy's house, so I let her lead the way. She seems content to walk in silence. I myself have no idea what I could possibly say, so the two of us arrived at her house, having said nothing since getting off the bus. Amy's mother opened the door and doesn't seem surprised to see me standing next to her daughters. I expect that Amy would have phoned ahead to let her mother know of the change of plan. Amy, Hisao, you're just in time. Lunch is almost about ready. Great. I was afraid we might be running late. Why am I saying the same thing as the previous episode? Come on, it's just about to get ready instead of almost ready. But it's the same meaning, right? As fast as you were going this morning, I doubt there was much of the chance of that. I certainly hope she wasn't too much of the bother herself. She tends to get a little paranoid about being on time when first involved. I hadn't noticed. This earns me a spot on the arms from Amy, who despite the serious nature of our conversation on the bus and the almost brooding quiet walk has quickly become cheerful again. Probably to keep her mother from worrying about whatever it is Amy plans to tell me later. Mrs. Ibarazaki just ushered us in and instructed order around the table devouring lunch. I hadn't realized how hungry I was until I got here, but for once I seemed to be eating almost as much as Amy. Goodness, it's a good thing I make so much. The two of you are acting like you haven't eaten in days. I skipped breakfast this morning. Me too. I had to catch the bus, I assume. Then I figure you make too much food, so it wouldn't matter if I skip breakfast. Well, it's good to know I'm predictable. Amy nods enthusiastically, and the conversation goes up again as we very nearly cleared the table of anything edible. It's a testament to the sheer amount of food on offer that we don't finish everything. I lean back in my chair with his side and thanks Mrs. Ibarazaki for food. I'm glad you like it. Now, has Amy told you where we're going? Yeah, sure. Is it far from here? Not really, but we tried there to save time. It closes kind of early. I nod in a sense and stand up ready to go. Well then, shall we? Mrs. Ibarazaki nods and leaves the room to grab her keys. Amy, I notice, has started to fidget nervously. Second thoughts? Amy smiles tightly at me and shrugs. She has fallen silent again, which probably means that I'm right, and she's starting to regret bringing me along. Not that I blame her, she does such a good job shutting me out that I doubt it's easy to suddenly open up. Honestly, I'm worried that she's forcing it. But she said while waiting for the bus that I'm not supposed to give her a chance to back out. And since I promised to go with her anyway, I suppose there's not much of the choice. I can't go back on my promise, and she can't go back on hers. I just hope that the both of us are up to it. We're off. Amy's mother blows through the dining room, collects the two of us, and heads out the door at a brisk pace. Now I know where her daughter gets it from. The car pulls up at the cemetery gates. Here we are again, back to the cemetery scene. And I feel Amy tense up beside me. I reach over and gives her hand a comforting squeeze, which causes her to relax a little. Amy's mother doesn't follow us. Explaining that she prefers to visit the graves alone. Amy steps through the gates and looks back, as if to make sure I'm still there. We step into the cemetery. I don't feel comfortable in cemetery. Gravestones litter the ground, each one serving as a reminder that someone used to be alive is no longer. How many pass away young? How many were as old as I am now? When do I wind up with a marker of my own? How much longer do I have left? The concept of not waking up, not seeing Amy anymore, is not a happy one. It frightens me, and I very nearly turn around and exit right then and there. I don't want to go among past people who pass away. I don't want to see their stone and think about who they were and what they could have been if they only had more time. Then I look at the girl next to me, and my resolve returns. Amy is striding purposely fully down the path. Eyes clear, setting a pace that's very nearly a jog. The sooner we get there, I suspect she thinks the better. We're here. The gravestone wholly unremarkable in everything except for the name etched upon it. The grass has grown up around the base. Amy's eyes are riveted to the stone. After a few moments, she turns around, looking surprisingly calm yet solemn. Pink's not actually my favorite color, you know. What? I'm warming up to it. People tend to think that pink's in my favorite color. I think it's because I like strawberry, and even though those are red, they just assume that pink's the right color for strawberries. And that is my favorite color, but it's not. I'm too polite to tell anyone otherwise. Of course, it's not the kind of thing what can be worried about. But I'll bet even you thought pink was my favorite colors. Blue, that's my favorite color. My mom and dad are the only two who knows that, and now you're doing it too. Thanks for telling me, I think. You're welcome. There's a pause as she considered what to say next, drawing a quick breath. I can't carry a tune to save my life. I can hum, but actually sing a song is something I've never been able to do. I don't mind because I'm not a fan of karaoke anyway. But that's one potential date idea out the window. People all think that I'm a pretty popular and friendly person, but only I have a few close friends. Probably because I keep everyone in the dark, but I think it's also because I hate the idea of losing a close friend. There aren't many people worth the risk. I'm terrible at saying goodbye. I sometimes think I only run because it's what I used to do with my fathers. You're not my first boyfriend. I dated a guy for a long while during my second year at Yamaku, but in the end we broke up because I didn't want to get closer to him. He couldn't live with that distance between us. Her rate of speaking increases slightly as if she's rushing toward the finish line. I'm actually 1 year older than you. Everybody thinks I'm younger because I'm short. I had to skip one school year because of my accident. They initially thought I was paralyzed when they pulled me out of wreckage and I lost my leg already, but they were afraid that I wouldn't be able to use that what was left of them. After surgery, it was clear that their initial assessment was mistaken. I couldn't feel my leg because of shock. Short-term paralysis due to the other trauma I experienced. My recovery was one of the fastest way they ever seen. Or so they told me. I never found out if they were serious about that or if they told that or the patient learning to walk again. She pauses, gathering herself for one last effort. 8 years ago today, I lost my leg and I lost my father as well. He passed away on the way to the hospital. I didn't get to go to the gravesite until 2 months later and couldn't attend his funerals. I'm so sorry. Don't be, that's what everyone always said, that they are sorry. I hate hearing that. Like anyone could have done anything to change what happens. Like, you know, the best piece of advice I got? These things happen. I don't even remember who said it, but I guess that they didn't have anything better to say. But it's true, you know, this thing happens and there's nothing you can do about it. They aren't necessarily planned, but they aren't always bad. They aren't always good, but they are. So I made a decision that would live without worrying about the future and to be sure that I never had to say goodbye again. I decided that I wouldn't let people get close to me anymore, although they could be taken away at any time. And you know what? She laughs a little bitterly. Her eyes start to wear out with tears, and I step forward to embrace her, but she holds up her hand to stop me. I'm not finished. A deep breath, she continues. It works pretty well until I met you and saw that you were trying to adjust to stop here. So I thought I'd help her, and that you were so nice and I couldn't help it. I just... Okay, this time I'm not going to show image and spamming screenshot. I'm gonna just enjoy the dialogue and the atmosphere. Even though like it's very rough, man. It's hard to enjoy because, man, the storyline very emotional. The tears are flowing now, and she's accepted the embrace this time. The rest of her sentence is mumbled into my chest. I tried not to fall for you, but I did. And then I tried to keep at a distance, like with my first boyfriend, but I couldn't. But I've been so scared because I don't want to lose you, and I might anyway. Hey, I'm still around, right? And maybe I won't be forever, but don't you think it would be fun while it lasts? Neither of us could survive the day. There could be a bus crash or something, but so long as I know that I've been with you, I don't think it matters. A sudden thought struck me, and I can't help but laughing. My condition had me scared passing away so badly that I immediately seized on the opportunity EMI presented to improve my odds of living longer. But without EMI, would there be any emotion? But without EMI, would there be any motivation to keep up with my running? It hits me that EMI is the reason why I want to go running every day, so I can spend as much time with her as possible. EMI looks up at me, confused. We go on living until we stop, and when we stop living, we'll be able to know that at least we had time together, and I wouldn't have it any other way because I love you, EMI, and right now that's enough for me. EMI smiles through her tears and steps back from me. You know, it's funny. Why it is? I thought that the best way to live in the moment was to do it alone, but now I don't think I have it any other way either. I'm glad I met you, he said. When these things happen, EMI and I stayed by the grave for a while as EMI pays her respect to her fathers. When she's ready to go, we exit the graveyard side by side. EMI's mother travels back to Yamaku. The trip back is very quiet. We wave goodbye as the car drives off, and I glance down at the girls leaning on my arms. How are you feeling? EMI shrugs non-committally. I'll be fine. Come on, let's go. We pause outside the girls' dorm, and I turn to face EMI, ready to say goodbye. Why don't you come for a while? Okay. Go to her room. I walk up to her room in silence. I'm not sure why I supposed to be turned away at the door. I guess I just assumed she wanted to be alone. Her mom, the nurse, heck, everyone who knew the significance of today seemed to think it's best to leave Amy alone. But she took me into the graveyard with her. She told me the whole story of what happened on the day she lost her legs. She wanted me around. The significance of this does not escape me. Amy opened the door and stepped into her room, not even bothering to invite me in, holding the door for me expectantly. I step in and the door swings shut behind me. Hey, can I ask you a favor? Sure, I can't guarantee I'll do it, but... Amy giggles and pulls me into a kiss that starts out soft but deepens into something almost desperate. Stay with me, please. Her voice has dropped to a whisper. The question is barely audible over the sound of my own breathing. There's something about the way that she asked that question, the hesitancy in it, the quiet voice, that makes me think she doesn't mean tonight. No, she means exactly what she said. Stay with me, not tonight or forever, because both of us know there's no such thing as forever. There's no such thing as forever. There's no time limit to her request. There's just the request, the favors. Can I do that? Can I stay with her? Of course. We embrace again, Amy guiding me towards her bed and stepping her backwards with care until she sits down on the edge and sleep for the night in the same bed. This time there's no rats, just kabocha squash. I glanced next to Amy, who almost immediately closed against me, smiling. For a while, we lay in silence, savoring the feeling of being next to one another's. Amy is the first to speak. Hey, Hisao. Thanks for coming with me today. I smile and plant a kiss on her head. Of course, my pleasure. Amy snuggles closer, and I can feel her breathing begin to slacken as she begins to drift off to sleep. Just as she's about to fall asleep, she wakes up enough to mutter a single sentence. I love you, Hisao. Then she out like a light, leaving me feeling like I'm top of the world. I draw the slumbering Amy as close as possible, pull a covers over us to keep the chill off, and fall asleep as happy as I ever been. Yeah, it's the same of the previous episode. It leads to the good ending. But is this better? In my opinion, yes. The morning light seemed to reach further into Amy's room than it does into mine. This resulted in my waking up earlier than I would have if I had come back to my room last night, as had previously been our routine. I did not realize it until this morning, but this is the first time we've actually spent the night together. A small movement from my partner's still slumbering form causes me to look to the side. Her hair splayed across her face, Amy continued to sleep peacefully curled up next to me. It's slightly weird seeing her without a chipmunk twintails, but it's also a look I could get used to. A small side of her bed, the bed here necessitates her curling up, but I'm pretty sure she would have done so anyway. The cover are nearly over her head, and as small as an errant strand of her hair causes her nose to twist slightly. Unable to help myself, I draw her a little closer, a move which she seems to think is a good idea. Her steadily breath raises a trail of goosebumps on my chest, but I don't mind. I'm no longer tired, but I do not feel a need to move from my current position. Amy's warm body in repose against mine is far too comfortable to move. I gaze up at the ceiling and consider how it is that we got to this point. We've been close for a while, but not this close. It seems like only yesterday that she ran into me in the hallway after apologizing, decided to take an interest in my well-being, but that grew into something else, which I at least not expecting. One thing is for certain, having found Amy, I will try as hard as I can not to lose her. My morning musing is interrupted by further movement from Amy. Her eyes flutter open, and she seems pretty confused by my presence in her bed. And we get to see Amy in her pajamas again. Then she smiles happily and sits up, her face looking down at me. Good morning, Hisao. Hi, sleep well? Yeah, I did. Exhausting day yesterday, you know. I think back over yesterday's trip to the graveyard. Yeah, glad to hear you slept well. How you sleep? Well enough, although you kept hugging the cover. This earns me a sharp and a stuck out tongue. I chuckle, and Amy giggled a little, and we fall quiet for a while. I soak up the feeling of how right it all seems, waking up with Amy by me, cramped into a bed made for one person. It's something I could get used to. Hey Hisao, thanks for sticking around. No problem, send me the walk back anyway, right? I just draw another giggles, but then Amy's expression turned serious again. No, really, I kept trying to push you away because I thought that was the right thing to do, and you stuck around to your all. I haven't made any this easy for you, but you stuck it out anyway. So really, I mean it, thank you. She punctuates this by giving me a kiss, pulling back and looking at me with an expression of affection. I reach up and rub for her hair, smiling all the while. I'm stupidly lucky, I think, to have come through everything after my heart attack and to somehow have found this girl is nothing short of a miracle. You're very welcome, Amy. I couldn't bear the thought of giving you up. I even continue to stick around if you want. I like that. That's it then. I don't know how long my heart will keep working, and I don't even really know what I'll do after this year is over, apart from going to university. As long as Amy around, you think I'll be okay. I managed to help her and she managed to help me. If we keep doing that, we'll be okay, I think. So Hisao, what do you want to do today? Wanna do it? Do you want to do it? Okay. Man, come on! I deserve to get the Steam achievement for that. It's much better than the previous episode. It's more dramatic. It's more emotional. Man, I really like a second chance choice. I'm not gonna lie. Wow, I thought I'm going to get either bad or the neutral ending in this episode, but no, we get a good ending again. But this time, the second chance choice is making things more dramatic and more emotional, and this is much better than the previous episode. It's better what I did so many weeks ago. Wow. I mean, I know that I'm happy about what I did for my first time with Amy's route, but wow. I feel like what I do this entire episode is much better. I don't know what to say. But yeah. Anyway, guys, I think I get the second chance choice. This is where I have to mess up in the next episode. So there are two second chance choice. So I'm gonna not listen to the nurse advice, and I maybe either instead of talking to her mothers, to Amy's mothers, I'm talking to Amy's instead. But next episode, I'm not gonna lie, Amy's my favorite character so far, and I'm really scared of seeing my favorite characters bad ending or neutral endings. I'm scared, but that's for the sake of the videos, and that's for the sake of you guys, and it also the sake of me as well. The experience of reading the visual novels or even playing games blind, not knowing what's going to happen next. But yeah, leave the comments down below. What do you think about this visual novel so far? And if you enjoy these videos, give these videos a like. And if you're new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Yeah. I need to prepare my mentors for the next episode. I'm not gonna lie. And yeah, I will see you in the next video. Bye! Over 4 hours of reading this visual novel. Wow.